as with all of our time giving that system more strength. That's what I realized in Bitcoin. I realized that you have now something that's very hard to understand. You have a protocol level technology, decentralized and secure at its base. And we've never had, humans have never had decentralization and security together. So we've always trusted institutions and the rule of law to protect us from the all-powerful. That's what Magna Carta was, that's what the Bill of Rights is, that's what the Constitution is. And those institutions, or so those laws or proclamations that protected us, drove the free market. And when that happened, we were more productive, we built a better economies. Broken would have the best rule of law. And so what's happening with Bitcoin is it's decentralized on the final layer. It's decentralized and secure by design. Nobody can change that. Many of you know why. I wrote a piece recently, finding signal and noise, that could explain that to hopefully a simple way to an audience that could listen to realize it. But what ended up happening on Bitcoin on layer 1, it wasn't scalable. 5 to 7 transactions a second. And so if you looked out at that system, and Bitcoin was making a whole bunch of money as a store of value, a whole bunch of people were getting rich, and then there was a market opportunity to be able to create something scalable, you can totally see why. You can totally see why the market, Ethereum and everything else, would naturally grow. But the problem by in developing scalability in layer 1 is they had to sacrifice security or decentralization. So let's focus for a minute on security. Sacrificing security, obviously it's going to fail, so that's pretty easy. Sacrificing decentralization as something scales, the economic reason alone means it will fail. And because a database is much more efficient, and somebody has to pay for it. A blockchain is a terrible idea to centralize. And what that means, and that's kind of where our venture fund is and the works, is now you're entering with Lightning, Taro, Fediment, a whole bunch of all of the people building now on top of it. You have a base layer that's completely solid, and you have a protocol layers on top of it that are going to open up an entire new opportunity, peer-to-peer internet with money inside it. Many of you know this. That changes the world, and it moves faster and faster and faster. And I can tell you from some of the big money people that I'm talking to that how much of a wall of money coming into this because they couldn't invest in this space before. They couldn't, there wasn't enough to build onto. There wasn't built in layers before, but now it is. And what that means is, and I think many of you know this, I said it before, governments are elected by us. And if 3% of the population stood up to a government, it would topple. But what ends up happening is the 3% of people never stand up. In dictatorships, you just don't get 3% of the population standing up because it's too dangerous to do so. But in Bitcoin, you have this peaceful transition where and so what that means is the silent majority essentially give the governments its power because they're fearful of stepping out. They're fearful of that, and only a few people step out, and they're hurt by that power, and they're either taken out of the system, killed in some regions, and the power remains. In Bitcoin, it is instead of standing up, reaching out, breaking windows. Because imagine that case. I go and do a lot of damage in the existing system. What ends up happening is a whole bunch of other people say, okay, fix it, print more money to fix it, right? And today we have a peaceful transition, and many of you know this. I've talked about the bridge to the other side. The more people that just walk across the bridge our ideas moving faster and faster create that bridge that's wider and wider for humanity to walk across the bridge. And it's a crazy, it changes everything, but it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And you have two network effects feeding back on themselves. First, Bitcoin, the protocol layer, and now you have a network effect happening on Lightning. They're feeding back, making it stronger and stronger. And you have entrepreneurs now racing into the system to build more value for us on top of that. And as we see that value, it's easier and easier to use, and it speeds up further and further and further. I can tell you from looking at, I think our EgoDeath has now looked at 280 companies. I cannot believe I get to be in this space to be able to see, to help entrepreneurs build the future of where this is going. It's just wild. And I'm going to leave this on this slide just before I go to questions. Something that I've said often, abundance in money creates scarcity everywhere else. And scarcity in money creates abundance everywhere else. And it's a really simple concept, but true. You cannot print energy. You can't make up more energy. It has to be earned. And keep in mind, there has been technology in energy distribution. We found more energy. So why is energy so high priced today? It's just because of the abundance in money. Thank you. Yeah, we have a couple minutes.
If you have questions, please step up to the mic up here. Anyone?
Hi, real quick question here. How much of the resistance to Bitcoin in the traditional financial community do you think is genuine misunderstanding versus do you encounter a lot of people who start to understand but out of self-interest or self-preservation of the existing system, they're against it?
So, if you're deep in this hole in Bitcoin and you're on Twitter all the time, you think it's manipulation of the system, and it's mostly misunderstanding.
Yeah.
It's like predominantly misunderstanding. I was, just 2 days ago, I gave a speech in Austria. The biggest bank in Austria, the CEO said, would you come talk to my team? This is just, it changes everything. So, yeah. So it's mostly misunderstanding.
Thanks.
But it's not, and thanks for the question, because it doesn't feel like that misunderstanding. When you understand this from where a bunch of Bitcoiners understand this, what's happening, and how perverse the incentives are in the existing system, it's easy to come to the conclusion that it's being manipulated against you.
Yeah, there's that old saying of don't attribute to malice what can be attributed to stupidity or ignorance. Yeah. It sounds like it's
that's what it is. But that also creates an asymmetric bet. We should be, so for me, every single person is entitled to whatever way they want to describe it, yell at other people, whatever. For me, I just find, why am I going to do that? Because I'm just making that stronger. Because is it easier to see when somebody's yelling at you? And I realize a whole bunch of my Peep fans would love that because they'd feedback, you're right, you're right, you're right. But the whole 99.9% of the population has no clue what we're talking about. Yeah. And so what I think about it, meet those people where they are instead of where I am. And then celebrate that I get to play an asymmetric bet. It is just incredible. So I just can't believe it.
I love it. I absolutely love that. I did a talk at Bush Bash in Australia recently, and it was about meeting the other at their map of the world and having that open up the dialogue completely versus trying to inundate them with something that I already know that they don't know. And it just opens it all up. So yeah, that's really lovely the way you put it.
So it was called AltBack, the conference that was at, 2,000 people. Joseph Stiglitz presents there every year, Keynesian economist. And the organizer said to me, because after the talk, everybody's talking about it, because it broke their brains. The organizer said to me, I'm only inviting Joseph back next year if he'll debate you on stage. So he's not invited back.
Jeff, I'm curious in your scope of what you're doing and going around and talking, and I'm sure everyone is really, really thankful of that. Where are you seeing the biggest obstacles? Where are you seeing the biggest pushbacks?
That's why I use Galileo looking up at the sky. It's mostly, and don't get me wrong, there are some really evil people in the existing system, but mostly it's not. And so when I think about talking, one of the things I really think about is, I know what all the game is. I know who's kind of really evil, and who's just mistaken, and all the incentives. What I got to be careful of as well is stepping into a landmine and being taken out effectively, or a whole bunch of people would say, that person's theories are so idiotic, look at what he does everywhere else. So you have to be really careful. You have to, one of the things you have to do strategically is talk at a level that you can get a whole bunch of people to understand that.
Thanks.
Good morning.
That's it. We don't have any more time. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll come see you.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thanks, Eddie.
Okay, that was pretty exciting here. Hey, we got like a 20-minute break time. Everybody needs a little break. So actually it's till 10:35. So 10:35, we started right up then. That's it. Later.
You hold the mic. Don't hold it on the bottom. It blocks the transmitter. That's why. Yeah.
Gotcha, that won't happen. And can we move this till the next two-person thing comes up?
Yeah. And
Will work.
Yo, 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 you're out in the hall. Get your rear in here. We're getting ready to start. I think that's the best thing I can just say is tell them to get your rear in here. Time to start, everybody. Jack that up a little so they can hear that outside. No, it's time to get in here. That's going to make me fall asleep. I think I would think it's time to take a nap instead of coming in here listening. Give me a chair up here. I want to hear a little Barry White next, and I can just start getting mellow here. Okay, have to close those doors back there, everybody. Maybe they'll get the head going. They're being locked out. I want to give everybody a chance to get in here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in this corner, weighing in at 175, white shirt, black hats, we have VJ Boyapade!
Thanks, Gary. Hey, everyone. Bitcoin means different things to different people, but to me, Bitcoin means freedom. And most importantly, the freedom to take the fruits of my labor wherever I want, whenever I want, without asking anyone's permission. This freedom is more important than you might imagine because it dramatically lowers the barrier to escape. In the 1930s, the great Austrian economist Ludwig von Mises fled across Europe and barely escaped the clutches of the Nazis before he eventually escaped to America. But this esteemed economist arrived in the US penniless and without any of the assets he had accumulated in Europe. He had to start again and was forced to take a lowly position at a second-tier university. If Mises had Bitcoin, he would have been able to re-establish himself in America and live a comfortable life. He would have had more time to find a job more commensurate with his immense talents, rather than being rushed into a job because of his poverty. Today, we do have Bitcoin, and I'm very glad that one of my favorite Austrian economists was able to use Bitcoin to exercise his freedom to escape. When the Australian government enacted draconian policies during the pandemic that made life intolerable for many Australians, our next speaker was able to pick up and leave. He was able to take his savings and find a country with friendlier policies and greater economic opportunity for his growing family. I am, of course, talking about the great Stephan Livera, creator of my personal favorite Bitcoin podcast, the Stephan Livera Podcast. Over an astonishing 409 episodes, Stephan has educated us all on issues ranging from the economics of Bitcoin to how to properly do multisig, to maintaining your privacy with coin joins, to the immense political implications that Bitcoin has on our world. No one has done more to educate us all, and I am personally a huge fan. Please give it up for the great Stephan Livera.
Thank you, VJ. That was an excellent, that was a great introduction. Thank you so much for speaking so kindly about what I've done. I am going to be talking a little bit about what you can do for Bitcoin. And so this is a common question that I often get asked, especially if I'm at Bitcoin conferences, at Bitcoin events. People are often asking these kinds of questions because there's a sense that we should be doing more, or that could they be doing more? And so I think it's important to reflect on a few points here, and hopefully everyone can now see the slides. Yep, okay, cool, we're there. So what you can do for Bitcoin. So first we're going to start with a little bit of a short GIF. So, are we just like this guy with Bitcoin? Like, is the train just moving and we think we're helping, but actually the train's just going on its own? Is that true? I don't know. Well, let's talk about it. So, first off, is there a point to trying to do something for Bitcoin, or is it inevitable? Now, of course, some of the language people speak about online, people speak about it like, oh, look, it's this inevitable thing. You can't really stop this train. It's just going. But at the same time, could you say, if you did really believe it was inevitable, could you point to Bitcoin advocacy or building because people would just adopt it on their own? So in one sense, it's organic. Bitcoin adoption needs none of us. It's just going to happen. No one of us, let's be clear. But in another sense, Bitcoin in the aggregate actually relies on having people. Because people are the ones who build this system. People are the ones who develop it, who run this system. So what are some of the things that actually sustain the Bitcoin system? Well, there are developers. There are people doing code reviews. So there are people who contribute code, whether that is into Bitcoin Core or another Bitcoin implementation, or into software and applications that we use, whether that's your Bitcoin wallet on your phone, or whether it's hardware that we use to have, let's say, a hardware signing device to sign transactions. All of these things require work. All of these things require maintenance. It doesn't just happen for free. And so I think that's one of the messages I wanted to convey today, is that it doesn't come for free. It takes work. And so while we could have that debate about whether Bitcoin is inevitable or not, I think maybe it's not quite inevitable, but it's extremely high probability. But what makes it that is the people. And I think that's the important thing, that's the important point to convey, especially as you go on your own journey of learning about Bitcoin and doing stuff around the Bitcoin ecosystem, or trying to grow the base. We're trying to grow the pie here. So even when it comes to Bitcoin applications, even under supposed ossification, there's still maintenance required. There are still bug fixes required. All code has bugs, and even Bitcoin Core developers even have to keep doing work. They still have to review pull requests. They still have to fix bugs. They still have to do all these kinds of things to keep the system running. The Bitcoin system is reliant on growing the base of hodlers, Bitcoin stackers, sat stackers, whatever you want to call it. Bitcoin is reliant on miners who are securing the network and giving it those properties of being decentralized, scarce, open, robust, all of these things, making it accessible. Also, there's this notion of the narratives around Bitcoin, because if Bitcoin does not enjoy enough popular support, that could make it difficult for the system. Because if, let's say, it's illegal to mine in a certain country. Now, of course, even though there was the China ban of Bitcoin mining, there's still a considerable amount of hash rate coming out of China. And so, yes, Bitcoin, the system is built to be resilient, but it'll work a lot better if the system is open and encouraged by people. And so, while, even again, we talk about that idea of, is Bitcoin inevitable? It still could impact Bitcoiners in different countries if Bitcoin is made illegal or very heavily regulated in such a way that it's difficult to hold it, to use it, to run your own Bitcoin node, to interact with the system in some way. So, in one sense, this is a movement. There's no top-down leader. You don't need a blessing from anybody to get involved. And if you need it, I give you my blessing now. You can all get involved in Bitcoin take a, if somebody asks you, you can say, Stefan gave me his blessing. You can get involved in Bitcoin too. Nobody tells you what your role is. You go out there and pick it for yourself. You find something. And so my suggestion there for people who are interested is find a gap. Find something that is not already being done. And so that could mean you try to build a business that is helping people use their Lightning node. It could mean you see a gap in terms of code on how to, secure your coins, or how to easily use multi-signature. Or maybe you're going to contribute by helping review some software. There are all kinds of ways that you can contribute, and we'll get into some of those. I think it's also important to point out that the Bitcoin ecosystem doesn't get the same kind of funding that other fiat institutions get, whether that's in the shitcoin land or in the non-quote-unquote crypto world. But that's not necessarily impossible hurdle, because people who are passionate, people who really believe in this thing, people who really see there's an issue with fiat currency and that Bitcoin is our answer, we can achieve things far more effectively even on a smaller budget. And we've seen examples of Bitcoiners do this. People like Nicolas Dorier, who went and created BTC Pay, who was frustrated with what was happening with BitPay. We've seen examples of Bitcoiners, for example, being frustrated with the way Bitcoin is portrayed in the media, and basically going and creating their own media, their own outlets. We have Bitcoin Magazine. We have all kinds of other ways to get the message out and to get high quality information out about Bitcoin. So after you attend a high signal Bitcoin conference like BitBlockBoom, or where we've got Pacific Bitcoin coming up in November, that's organized by the Swan team, these Bitcoin only events, conferences, meetup groups, sometimes you can feel motivated. Okay, I want to be doing more. And then the question comes, well, what is there to take on? What ideas are there? What could you do? And the common idea here is people say, oh, look, I wish I could do more, but I'm not a developer, therefore, oh well, what can I do? That's not quite accurate. I mean, there are so many things you can get involved with that don't require you to even be a software developer. You could go and get involved in open source projects. So for example, if there's a Bitcoin wallet that you like, you could go in the chat room for that and give them feedback. So as an example, let's say you like Lightning and you like the Zeus wallet. It's an open source FOSS Lightning remote control for your Lightning node. And you can go in there and give them feedback, and they'll often take it on. So you can get involved in testing, you can get involved in review, you can get involved in helping translate. So if you're bilingual or multilingual, you might help with translation of some of these open source projects, or of translation of very important works. So for example, Vijay's excellent book, The Bullish Case for Bitcoin, has been translated into so many languages. So consider that also. You could contribute by translation. There are apps that need translation into other languages also. So these are just a few examples. You could invest in Bitcoin companies. So there are syndicates, investment syndicates, that allow you to invest in some of these Bitcoin companies. Now, of course, you always want to have a stack of Bitcoin to start with, and then think about, okay, how can I help raise the value of that stack, or help contribute by growing this ecosystem? And that can be achieved by investing in the companies who are building out the vision that you would like to see. So if you want it to be easy to use Lightning, or if you want it to be easy to secure your coins, you can help direct that. So those are a few examples. You can work in a Bitcoin company. There's bitcoinerjobs.com. That's an example where there's a whole bunch of Bitcoin companies who have jobs there available. They're crying out for talent. So have a look, get involved. And in some cases, you can create your own job in this space. If you become an expert in something and your expertise is highly valued in the community, there's a good chance you'll get paid for it. You can start a project, and that project might be really valuable for people, and then some other Bitcoin company may see, hey, actually, there's a point for us to pay this person to keep doing what they're already doing. So that's a very common trend as well. If you can't code yourself, you could still fund a Bitcoin developer. There are organizations out there who enable this. So notably OpenSats, doing the Hodlonaut fundraiser as well. So certainly you can contribute in that way. You can also help grow your local Bitcoin community. Have you got a meetup in your area? If there is not already one, why don't you start one? If there already is a Bitcoin meetup there, why don't you go and get involved with organizing? Or perhaps you could say, hey, I'll do a presentation next week on whatever topic, how to be private with Bitcoin, how to run your Bitcoin node, how to do all of these aspects, because it helps grow the scene. It helps provide an easy onboarding avenue for new coiners, because they can just come to their local meetup and they can learn from somebody who's already spent that time going down the rabbit hole. And you'll find you'll learn a lot more too. So many people are involved, not just in Bitcoin. You know, there are things other than Bitcoin in some people's lives. I know it's hard to believe, but some people have, let's say, a career or some other profession that they can get involved in too, and helping those other people. So for example, you could have a professional organization that you can go and help orange pill them. And think about the case of MicroStrategy, because Michael Saylor had to first orange pill himself before he went to orange pill the rest of the company, or at least the key people involved, before they could be brought on board. It's the same with other companies, it's the same with associations and groups. You just have to start normalizing that idea amongst your peers, and then they may take that next step down the rabbit hole, let's say. So if you can get published in industry magazines, journals, newsletters, even the local newsletter, the local magazine, could you contribute in that way? So those are a few examples where you can help normalize this thing. You can start putting some of those ideas out there so that they feel more comfortable, and now they're ready to start stacking sats or start contributing. The other obvious pathways are to help onboard your family and friends. And they need help oftentimes, and I know many people have issues with this. Like, it's been, you're trying to get through to people, but you can't. You can't get through to them all. So you can be Uncle Jim for them. The proverbial Uncle Jim means you are, let's say you're running a Bitcoin node and they are connecting to your Bitcoin node. So a quick example, you might be running the Electrum server, like Electras or Fulcrum, on your Umbrel or whatever other device, and you go to your family or friends and say, hey, why don't you run, as an example, Sparrow Wallet. So Sparrow Wallet can allow you to connect through to your own, so they can connect to your node. And then later, once they become a Bitcoin adult, they learn how to run their own Bitcoin node. And so the process repeats, and then they might tell some of their friends and family. And it's a process that grows in that way. And that's a big difference with Bitcoin, that there's really a strong community around it of people who believe in this thing, that they want an open and neutral ecosystem. You should hopefully coach them on non-custodial use of Bitcoin. That's one thing. You see people who are like doing these videos and it's all custodial, and it's like, come on. Like, if you can, try to do that in a non-custodial way. So with community and meetups, right? So as I was saying before, you can host, you can organize, you can present. I think some people get worried that they are not an expert and that they don't want to present. But what you'll find is if you go and present, you'll end up having to learn more in the process. So that's a common way that people end up learning more, is actually having to teach. So that's useful. Supporting peer-to-peer. So are you helping to onboard family and friends? Like, even if you have to sell them a small amount of Bitcoin just to get them started, are you helping in that way? Are you normalizing paying each other, paying people back and forth, Bitcoin and Lightning? Especially useful in the international context, because it's just a lot harder to make those payments. Another example is if you are helping teach local merchants. So here are some ways that you can help onboard local merchants in your area. So for example, Breeze has an inbuilt POS mode. So Breeze is a wallet, or it's an application and a platform that can help somebody take Lightning payments. And so if you have even a farmer's market, someone who's there, or a shop owner, and you're saying, hey, why don't we install Breeze on your phone right now, and you can take payments. And it's just like that. It's got a POS mode. You can even, it's got a little Excel import function that allows you to put in a bunch of products and prices for it. So they can ring it up on their little iPad or phone and take payment, just like that. Or if they need something that's a bit more larger level, they can go for things like OpenNode or Ebex Mercado. Ebex have a Lightning node solution also. Obviously, there's BTC Pay Server as well, so that's also a great option for non-custodial adoption. So in that way, you're helping grow the ecosystem, and it's decentralizing this thing in a way that's not kind of all centralized. So those are a few examples there. Let's talk a little bit about from bad to good to better, because as an example, would you rather somebody hold GBTC? I mean, I guess the steelman, on one side you could say, well, look, it's custodial, you can't even withdraw the coins. But on one hand, the steelman could be, well, hey, otherwise they're going to be holding government bonds. So isn't it better that they hold Bitcoin even in that form than in government bonds? I guess you could make that argument. Of course, then maybe the next level is, let's say they've got their coins on some exchange, but they're only using it custodially. And of course, as we always say in Bitcoin, not your keys, not your coins. So the next step is holding their own keys, but perhaps imperfectly. And so I think part of that is, as you help your family and friends, are you helping coach them down this pathway to progressively take them to levels where they are more sovereign? They are not having to rely on somebody else to use Bitcoin, interact with Bitcoin. So I think the point is, there are times where people come in less than perfect ways, but you have to, the point is that you're coaching them to improve. One other thing that maybe is a bit kind of challenging to think about is this idea that most of the coins already exist. So about 19.1 million coins of the 21 million have already been mined into existence, and yes, it's probably true that maybe 3 or 4 million of those coins have been lost. Now, how many people actually hold Bitcoin in the world today? Now, there are different numbers thrown around. People say 100 million, 200 million, but here's the on-chain data on that. So there are about 85 million UTXOs. Now, UTXO stands for unspent transaction output. You can think of it like a little hunk of Bitcoin. Like every time Bitcoin is spent, you're destroying and creating. It's kind of like melting and recasting gold. And so this is reasonably the upper bound for how many people actually hold some Bitcoin that is not an IOU. Now, even that number can be confusing too, because there might be some exchange who's got a few UTXOs that account for millions of customers. And on the other hand, there may be some users like us who have many, many UTXOs. Even if I'm only one user, I might be one user who has 200 UTXOs. But the point is, that's the upper bound. So on a planet where we have, let's say, under 8 billion people, the upper bound is 85 million people who hold some amount of Bitcoin that's not an IOU. That's where we are today. And probably a lot of those people, even if it was 85 million, a lot of them haven't really orange-pilled fully all the way. Maybe they just hold a little small amount or whatever. So that's where we are. That's how early we are, just to help convey that point. So what's the point of this? The point here is, it's not like new coins are going to be mined for the new people coming in. Most coins are held by somebody right now. So really what we're talking about is the process of new people who are coming in, but for that to happen, the price of Bitcoin has to go up high enough that the current holders want to sell some to them, right? So, you know, people talk about this idea, I guess colloquially, people might say, okay, how much money has gone into the stock market per se? But if you just put a box around it for one moment, you realize, wait a second, that money, it's not like the money balance changed if somebody was changing hands with stocks, because the same amount of money existed. It transferred from one person to another. What we're really talking about is the relative valuations of Bitcoin versus bonds, gold, property, stocks, etc. That's really what we're talking about. So at the end of the day, we have to build that base of hodlers, and only then will it really make sense for a lot of those people to actually transact directly in Bitcoin. Because right now, the base of people who even hold Bitcoin non-custodially is just that small. Like we said, it's 85 million at the max. That's, just a tiny, not even, realistically, we're talking less than 1% of the globe. So the focus is to create new hodlers. That's really what it is. So I think the other point I wanted to make is that sometimes there's a bit of LARPing going on, right? Like everyone's kind of talking it up on Twitter or whatever and talking about how, yeah, see, it's going to kill the world or whatever. But there are a lot of people who haven't done the work. So that's really what it takes for us. What makes us different is that we are a community who rewards proof of work. There's no LARPing. LARPing means live action role playing. So it means improving our technical and economic knowledge. We're trying to spend the time doing that research, putting in the work so that people can really benefit from that by seeing, okay, this is the work that's been done. So we have to focus on truth, good analysis, using reason, data, and like that point I was making earlier, are we really about it? Are we using our own keys? Are we running our own Bitcoin nodes? Are we trying to decentralize further and use our own front ends? And we've seen examples of censorship happen. Are we ready for that kind of thing? Or how quickly could you spin up your own infrastructure? So, yep. So, I think the other point to consider is that you should try to be familiar with different Bitcoin products so that you can select the right tool for the job. Just with the time, is that inclusive of the...
5 minutes for questions.
Oh, we're into question time already. Okay, gotcha. All right, so let me just quickly zip through these last points. So basically, the point is that I think people should try to normalize Bitcoin payments amongst their friends and family. Success cases can look like this, where people are building up sats, and they eventually start DCAing and stacking on their own. One final point I just wanted to make is that it's like ideas and technologies. So Deirdre McCloskey in this book, Bourgeois Equality, talks about how the Industrial Revolution kicked off because certain ideas around dignity of trade and merchants became improved. Meaning, that unlocked such a massive gain. People previously were living on something like £2 per day. Now, let's say in Britain, as an example, they're living on £90 per day. So what is our big idea? It's obviously sound money. It's this idea of money that's free of government interference and money that's chosen by the market. So what kind of future improvements are possible if the world were to accept our big idea as opposed to this idea being criminalized or discouraged in a way, as an example, like not being able to access nuclear power or not being able to access even fossil fuel power. So those are kind of the key ideas. I hope that was useful for you. Go forth, my fellow train pushers. So we've got 3 minutes. So if anyone has any questions, there's a microphone just there.
I'll just second what VJ said about your podcast.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so I think that's pretty much it. Thanks, everyone. I'll see you in the Citadels.
Good morning, BitBlockBoom. Good morning. My name is Charlene Federico. I'm super excited to be here with you this morning. I'm a Bitcoin advocate, a Bitcoin activist, and the creator of a podcast called The Bitcoin in Nigeria Show. We are working hard to tell the story of the Bitcoin revolution that's happening in Nigeria and all across the countries in Africa. But I'm here to introduce my friend Jimmy Song. But before I do that, as you heard from American Huddle, Gary asked us to talk about what BitBlockBoom means to us. But I have a confession. This is my very first BitBlockBoom. However, I really want to talk about the power of the Bitcoin community. So I am super excited. The Bitcoin community has welcomed me with open arms. And as I think about what the Bitcoin community means, there's this amazing quote by Steve Jobs and Rob Siltanen that embodies how I feel about it. Now, you might recognize this quote. I've changed it a little bit, but here it goes. Bitcoiners are the crazy ones. We are the misfits, the rebels. We're the psychopaths, the dirtbags. We are the troublemakers. Bitcoiners are the round pegs that fit in the square holes. We're the ones that see things differently. We might enjoy a good steak every now and then, and we might stay up all night on Clubhouse and Twitter Spaces talking about the definition of maximalism. We do that. You can quote us, you can disagree with us, you can vilify us, you can demonize us, but the one thing you cannot do is ignore us. Because Bitcoiners change things. We push the human race forward. And while when some people see us, they think we're lost, when we see each other, we see genius. Because it is the Bitcoiners who are crazy enough to believe they can change the world. So these are the Bitcoiners that will. And for me, it is the grit, the perseverance, the resilience, the confidence, and the courage of this community that I have grown to respect and to love. Bitcoiners, we are a community of change makers from all different backgrounds, and we are committed to changing the world for our generation and for generations to come. And I'm here to introduce one of my favorite change makers, whose name is Jimmy Song. Jimmy Song is a Bitcoin developer, he's an educator, he's an entrepreneur with over 20 years of experience in the Bitcoin space. He probably is one of the most decorated Bitcoiners. He has an incredible canon of work. I'll just go through some of the products. He wrote Programming Bitcoin by O'Reilly. He wrote the Little Bitcoin book, which incidentally was the first Bitcoin book that I read. So I can say Jimmy Song kind of orange peeled me. He wrote Thank God for Bitcoin, and of course, he wrote Bitcoin and the American Dream, and that is a super special book. I was a part of an amazing team of 8 Bitcoin advocates to write the Bitcoin and the American Dream book, and of course, that is the book that we are using to help encourage our elected leaders to understand the promise and the potential for Bitcoin for the United States. But that is not all Jimmy Song has done. He's a lecturer at the University of Texas. He is an advisor to Bitcoin companies. He runs a weekly newsletter called the Bitcoin Tech Talk. And of course, he is the creator of a very well-known international podcast called Bitcoin Fixes This. So I would like you to put your hands together and please welcome my friend and Bitcoin mentor, Jimmy Song.
All right. Well, Charlene, thank you so much. Isn't she great? I love Charlene. She's such an amazing person, and she's also a mother and does all of this stuff. And she has such a great heart for the community that she's serving, and I love what she's doing. Anyway, as you can see on the slide, my talk is called Fiat Delenda Est, and I started that phrase 2 years ago at this conference, the last time Gary let me talk here. And that was the very last line of my talk. And my talk was about the moral case for Bitcoin, and I thought I would continue that because Fiat Delenda Est was the phrase that I said at the end of that one that I wanted to sort of continue to expound upon. So Fiat Delenda Est, what the heck does that mean? So let me explain. It comes from this phrase, and this phrase is working. Hello? All right, great. It comes from this phrase, Carthago delenda est, and what this means in Latin is Carthage must be destroyed. Carthage must be destroyed. And this phrase was uttered by this man, and this is Cato the Elder, and he was part of the Roman Senate. And at the end of every speech, he would say, Carthago delenda est, Carthage must be destroyed. Now, what was Carthage? Well, Carthage was the enemy of Rome. And you can see in this map where Carthage was. It was a city in North Africa, and they were expanding their empire at the same time that Rome was. And Cato knew that they would come to heads, and they needed to destroy Carthage before they could expand. And indeed, they did. They actually ended up conquering Carthage. They destroyed the city, and they were so bitter against the Carthaginians that they didn't just sack the city and just loot it or whatever. They completely reduced it to rubble. And they salted the earth around Carthage to make sure that it would never rise from the ashes, that nothing could grow near it. And this is why we don't know very much about Carthage, because the Romans utterly destroyed them. And if you study Roman history, there's a lot of intricate stuff that happened between them, a lot of wars. Many of you might know about Hannibal. He was a general in the Carthaginian army, and he brought elephants over the Alps to attack Rome from the north, direction that they didn't expect, and so on. But this is the history between these two places. And Cato knew that they needed to destroy Carthage before they could expand as an empire. And that's what I wanted to get in with this phrase, Fiat Delenda Est. Now, what does fiat mean? Well, we kind of know it in English, but here's where it actually comes from. And this is, again, Latin. Dixite Deus fiat lux et facta est lux. And that's Genesis 1:3. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. That's what it says. So fiat lux means let there be light, right? Let there be light. So just to give you a short lesson in Latin, fiat just means let there be. And when we say fiat money, it's let there be money, right? It's nothing that anyone's worked for. It's something that is created into existence by decree. So in English, when we say fiat, we really mean by decree. It's done without any sort of work. It's just sort of made to be by saying so, rather than thing actually being done. So really what we're talking about is creation by decree. And this is the mentality that I think we should all be against. So when I say fiat delenda est, I'm using Latin words, but as in Latin, it doesn't make any sense, right? Fiat is a verb in Latin, but it's an adjective or a noun in English, and that's how I'm using it. It means that we need to get rid of this mentality. And what does this mentality entail? Well, actual mentality entails is this illusion that things will happen by just decreeing it so. I can say, let there be pizza, but a pizza is not going to magically appear. I have to actually do work to make a pizza appear. I have to go get some dough and some tomato sauce and cheese or whatever. That's how you create things. You need actual work. The people in power have this idea that, I could just decree certain things to be so, and it'll just get done. But of course, that's not how reality works, right? The real question we have to ask is who or what actually make it so, right? When somebody in power says, let there be care for everybody, or let there be security at airports or something like that, what does that actually entail? Who or what actually makes it so? And the answer is that someone or something actually has to do the work. When someone thinks that they're doing something by decree, they're actually not doing anything. Really, they're having to get somebody else to do that work. I can say, let there be pizza, and as long as Domino's is going to do that, they can get me the pizza. But it doesn't just happen magically by my declaring it so. My declaring it so has really nothing to do with the actual making of the pizza. The making of the pizza is done entirely by somebody else. So really, when someone in authority, creates something by fiat, what actually happens is that they force other people to do something. It always requires some kind of force or violence in order for that decree to come true. Now, the problem with mandates or decrees is that they tend to be pretty unpopular, right? They don't go over well with the population. So if you have any sort of conscription, people will not like that. Like if you force military service or something to that effect, it doesn't generally go over well. And if you sort of decree something to be yours when it's not, that also doesn't go over well, right? Eminent domain or whatever. And this is the big difference between how the Soviet Union post-World War II and the United States post-World War II handled things. Because the Soviets decided, well, we're going to decree everything and we're going to make these people do it. So when they said, okay, well, you're not going to obey us when we say, go build this thing, then we're going to send you to the gulag, right? And make you do all sorts of other things. That doesn't go over very well. It's also very expensive, right? Because you have to force a lot of people. You have to have an enormous police state of people watching and doing things. So fiat money was the alternative. This is the path that the United States took. It's using money, decreed money, to create things or create things. And that was done through soft mandates, and that was done through money printing. And the perniciousness of fiat money is that it gives this veneer of market forces acting, because you get monetary compensation. But of course, we all know that it's all theft. It makes it seem like you're doing things because you want to do them, because the government will pay you. So they want you to do, to provide health care for everybody. Well, we'll pay the doctors, a fair wage to do that. Well, where is that money coming from? What's coming from inflation? So it's really coming from us. It's done through theft. So instead of forcing you to do something like the Soviet Union did, they do it through money printing. And honestly, it's a brilliant plan, right? Because we have no idea that we're being manipulated in this way because it's done through theft. What happened here? I think I just did. Oh, all right, there we go. Instead of demanding someone do something, instead of putting a point of a gun at somebody and saying, you have to do X, Y, or Z, the United States printed money and said, we'll pay you for it, right? And you can go buy all sorts of things. Of course, what we're not privy to is the fact that everything is being diluted at the same time. So it's subtle, but it's the same type of authoritarianism. And this is the problem with fiat money. It centralizes power, because the theft is very subtle and not obvious at all. Henry Ford said that if people knew how the money actually worked, there would be riots tomorrow. fact of the matter is, very few people understand how money actually works, how it comes into existence. And the theft is hidden from us. And it's in their interest to hide it from us. They're stealing from our pockets all the time through inflation. But we don't know it because it's, they're not actually taking the dollars out of our wallet. They're not taxing us explicitly. It's that they do it implicitly. And we have no idea that it's happening most of the time. And we still have this mentality that, like it's my money and it's not, I can do whatever I want with it. Actually, it's their money and they're able to dilute it whenever they want. And the result is just as centralized as the Soviet Union, because you have this sort of gentle authoritarianism. It makes it feel like you're still voluntarily doing something when in fact you're doing whatever they want you to do. They just they use money as an incentive, money that they stole from the rest of us. And in that sense, it's a soft form of slavery. I would characterize the Soviet Union as like a very hard form of slavery. You go do this or we will kill you. You do this or we will send you to the gulag. With fiat money, you have a much gentler form of it. We will steal from everybody and we will pay you to do what we want you to do. And that's unfortunately been the way in which they've centralized power. And that leads to anti-civilization incentives. Cheating and theft become widespread. I had a friend a while back that was telling me about how, when he was in high school, he figured out a way to manipulate the grades. See, he was pretty good with computers, and the teachers trusted him and let him into like the closed system where you can enter the grades and so on. And he figured out, okay, well, if I do this, this, and this, I can manipulate my own grades to get straight A's. So he didn't study. He gave himself A's. And of course, he couldn't keep it to himself. He started telling his friends, and they were like, oh, could you do this for me? I really need an A in just this one class. And I think he charged like $20 per like grade change or something like that. And soon, other people found out about it. He had like this business and he was able to manipulate their grades. And, a cute girl would come over and he'd be like, yeah, I can do that for you, sure. And eventually he had this kind of like empire going on, like changing the grades of people. And of course he got caught. The thing about cheating is, it's great while it's going, but eventually you get caught. And think about the grades that he got. He got A's for like just by manipulating something. He didn't do any of the homework. He didn't take any of the tests, but he still got A's. Of course, people are going to go towards that because it's much easier than actually studying and doing the work. And in that sense, fiat money is sort of like this cheat code for civilization. There are people that don't have to do nearly as much work that make tons of money. We call them rent seekers because they're able to manipulate things in their favor. I mean, think about what an investment banker does and how much money they make, right? They're like, leveraging 100x on some foreign exchange market and making, $100 million a year. Do you think they actually provide $100 million of value to the market? I don't think so. And guess what? The last 50 years, where have the best and the brightest people in the world been going? They're not building rockets to Mars. They're going into investment banking because that's where the incentives are. And an anti-civilization incentive. Instead of building up civilization, they're tearing it down by taxing every transaction. And that's where the smartest, the brightest, the most ambitious people go because of this hole. But like my friend where he got caught and then the whole system collapsed, that's what we're leading to when you have all of this cheating, all of this non-value add stuff going. Because that bureaucracy grows like cancer, right? That rent-seeking grows like cancer, and it destroys civilization. it rots it from within. And that leads to this, a ubiquity of politics. And what do I mean by that? Well, rent-seeking positions are generally political, and everyone wants one. Who wouldn't want one? You don't have to do that much work, and you get paid a lot of money. Those are some powerful incentives to go and get rent-seeking jobs. And there's also an obligation for the power to do something about absolutely any kind of suffering. Hey, I don't have enough health, so you need to provide it for me. Because you can. There's this illusion that just printing money will solve any problem because they think reality can be created by decree. Because they think in fiat terms. And that means that if there's any kind of, the more that you seem to be suffering, the more power you have politically. And it's not a coincidence that we have this victimhood mentality proliferating. The more of a victim you seem, the more subsidization you get from the government. And that, of course, leads to people pretending that they've been suffering when they really haven't, right? We have all sorts of microaggressions or whatever. These are all ways to make yourself out to be the victim so you can get compensated by the fiat system. And it's not at all about truth. And reality gets distorted. And we get all kinds of new victimhood classes that didn't exist before. And ultimately, politics penetrates absolutely everything. Because that's how you are in a fiat mentality. You think that reality is done by decree, by enough people saying that such and something is, rather than reality dictating those things. If we say we can have enough energy by, using green machines or whatever, then that's just going to be so. Of course, reality is slapping that down hard. If you don't believe me, just look at the gas prices in Europe. Fiat must be destroyed. It is our sworn enemy as Bitcoiners. It is our sworn enemy because they are antithetical to everything. Fiat stands for enslavement. It's a soft form of enslavement, especially with fiat money, but it's enslavement nonetheless. They are able to steal from us and take our value. Fiat causes destruction. It is anti-civilization. It is taking all of that which was built over millennia and using that to enrich the few and the powerful. And it is based on lies. It's all a lie. It's all a lie based on this idea that you can create something out of nothing without doing any work. Bitcoin is about freedom. It is about the ability to let the market decide what they want. And that leads to building. It allows people to build things that enhance civilization, that enhance each and every life through trade, through markets. And it is based on truth. We don't have to come up with new victim classes or weird things politically. We just do what the market wants, right? We provide what the market wants. And it's not manipulating reality or wishing that it were different and pretending that something is true when it's not. That's in the realm of politics. So what does it mean to destroy fiat? How can we, as Bitcoiners, make this happen? I've given this some thought, and I think it starts with destroying the entitlement mentality. That is a very fiat mentality. Because think about what an entitlement is. It's this idea that you can get something and that you're entitled to it by decreeing it so. It doesn't think about the other side of the equation. Who's actually providing this entitlement? If you're entitled to your own health care, somebody has to provide that health care. How do you get that person to provide you that health care? Well, in a fiat monetary system, you just print more money and pay the doctors. But really, you're just stealing from everyone else and paying the doctors to provide this for somebody else. It's authoritarian at its core. Entitlement mentality is toxic. Not Bitcoin maximalism. Entitlement mentality is toxic. Second, we need to punish rent seeking. We need to punish rent seeking. We need to make this shameful. The unfortunate reality is that people like Warren Buffett get a lot of praise. A lot of people have a tremendous amount of respect for people like Warren Buffett. Think about what he's done. Put some insurance companies together. He invested in some bank stocks, used fiat subsidies of one kind or another. Did he actually build anything? Did he actually invent anything? No. They just respect him because he's able to play the fiat game. He's like the chief rent seeker. Why do we respect him? We need to make these people feel shameful. We need to expose their rent seeking and show how much they've stolen from everyone else. VCs, for example, are obsessed with value capture. That's just another word for taxing a transaction or being a rent seeker. We need to focus instead on value creation. Who's providing the value? If you're not providing the value and capturing some of the value still, you're a rent seeker. And you need to be mocked. You need to be made to feel like an idiot for doing that. We need to punish rent seeking. Finally, we need to make truth great again. We live in a society full of a lot of polite lies. And you guys know what I'm talking about. You've been paying attention the last 20 points. We need to focus on the truth. And we need to knock down any lies that people say and just say, what are you talking about? Now, this is very difficult to do if you're still in the fiat monetary system because, honestly, it's very political. Many of you are probably thinking, well, I could say the truth, but I'd probably get fired. And it's true. It's because you're in the fiat monetary system. You're still in that fiat mindset. And they can fire you. And this is the power that they have. This is a soft authoritarianism. And it's always been there. So how do you get out of it? Well, you need to become entrepreneurs. You need to work for yourself. And you need to not have a boss. You need to let the market be your boss. Because that's the truth. It's going to be hard competing against the fiat subsidized companies that exist out there. But this is the step that we have to take with Bitcoiners. We have truth on our side. And we have the inevitability of Bitcoin on our side. I'm not going to say that this road is going to be easy. You're going to be persecuted. There are going to be a lot of people telling you that you're a bigot or that you're privileged or something like that. But if you do this, we'll make a great civilization. And we'll prevent the theft that perpetuates this fiat mentality. Thank you very much. All right, so we have some time for Q&A. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work. Does somebody have a mic or something? Oh, okay. All right, so please line up and yeah, please come up and ask me whatever question you want.
Check.
Hi there, thanks so much. My question is, it's obvious why the rent seekers love the fiat system, but why do the average people who get screwed over by this, why do they love it so much? It's like when you talk about Bitcoin, many people, they just like argue for the system that's screwing them over.
Yeah, that's a great question. My personal feeling is that it gives them comfort. And we kind of saw this during the pandemic. You know, a lot of people find comfort in thinking that the authorities have all the answers. In thinking that, okay, they know, however bad reality might be, at least they know how to deal with it. It gives them some bounds on, how bad things can get or something like that. So for them to trust somebody else with the decisions and not take personal responsibility is very comforting. But as you can see, it's really being a slave to somebody else, and that's for us, we value personal sovereignty and not being a slave very seriously, and that's something that we would prefer. But for a lot of people, they'd rather be comfortable. They'd rather go with the devil that they know than the devil that they don't know. So that's sort of their mentality, and it's really hard to kick them out of that unless things get really bad.
Thank you.
Hi, Jimmy. We've never talked about this before, right? But I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there. One of the things you said that I thought was great was that we need to make truth great again, but it's not going to be an easy road. So how would you advise people on taking the hard, lonely road and working together to make truth great again and to focus on value creation? Because it seems like sometimes that tough road, you don't know when the end of it is, right? So how do we work together as a community there?
Yeah, certainly being at conferences like this, hopefully, where you can have beefsteak dinners or whatever, and talking about sort of strategies around this is very beneficial. But the thing that I would encourage you to add to your arsenal is this virtue of courage. You're not going to be able to do anything difficult unless you have the ability to go into fearful, difficult situations. And unfortunately, that's the one thing that's really lacking in society today. And you can see it, like during the pandemic, how much fear was there. It's almost like people were indulging in fear for, oh, okay, these people are dying, these people are dying. They wanted that to happen. So I would say that, upping your courage, and that means doing things that make you uncomfortable. That's not necessarily easy, especially if you're at your fiat job, but you got to be willing to stand for something. And that means you have to go back to your values. What are the values? What would you take a bullet for? Ask yourself that question and answer it. What would you take a bullet for? What is your life worth to you? Do you have anything that you want to stand for? Because if it's only your life that you care about, then you're going to be like one of those people that stayed home during the pandemic. And believe me, they can scare you. That wasn't the worst. So I would say work on your courage, figure out your values.
Hey.
All right.
Last one?
Last question.
All right, so when you talk about the rent seeking of Warren Buffett, I think it was his partner Munger that said that Bitcoin is rat poison. So I think we all just need to call it for what it is, and that they are the rats. It is rat poison, they're the rats. I forget who said that first, but it definitely wasn't attributed to me. But
that's awesome.
And then so leaving the dinner last night, just excited about Bitcoin and get into the Uber to go back to the hotel, and the guy is asking where we're coming from, and it's a Bitcoin conference, and he gets all excited, and he starts talking about shitcoins, Doge and Solana, and I want to like tell him. Basically, my question is, what is the elevator pitch to a normie who obviously is intellectually curious into the bastardization of money, but I just said the 21 million, but just kind of your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, you're talking about another book that I really want to write, which is Bitcoin, not shitcoin, something like that. But the elevator pitch would be, well, altcoins are really no different than fiat. All of the things I said about fiat, absolutely true of altcoins. The difference is that Bitcoin is decentralized. That's the key property. All of the things that I said about fiat apply exactly to all. That's why we need to get the message out that altcoins are no different, right? Like, and all these affinity scammers that have come into our space trying to confuse the issue, saying, oh, Stacks is built on Bitcoin or something like that. You need to shoot them down. Make truth great again. Let them know, hey, no, that's still an altcoin. You still have a token. You're making things out of nothing. You're creating by decree. Fiat delenda est. Anyway, thank you very much.
Wait, where's everybody going? Come on. What happened? All right, I got a couple minutes here. Introduce the next speaker. This is my 4th BitBlockBoom. And I figured out a long time ago that if you get in the same room with like-minded people, not only are you going to connect, you're going to learn some stuff, and you're going to probably make some friends. And so every year that I come here, I just end up gathering more and more friends. It's kind of wild. Some of you might be able to tell I'm losing my voice. That happens every time I go to these conferences. And most of these people, I met them on Twitter, like Bitcoin Twitter. My journey was learning about Bitcoin. Somebody said, oh, you got to get on Twitter and you got to follow these people. And so I started doing that. And some of those people are now really good friends of mine. It's been a little over 5 years for me on this crazy Bitcoin journey, but it's been so worth it. I don't even know what else to say. Bitcoin is awesome, but what it does to people and what it brings out in people, this truth, this proof of work, this integrity that I see in everybody I meet is blowing my mind, because I kind of thought I looked at the world my own way and there wasn't a lot of people out there like me, but they're out there. We're all out there, and this is like a community. This is a big family right here, and it blows my mind every time I meet a new Bitcoiner, and we just end up talking about a million different things, but there's just a connection. There always is. It's amazing. I would recommend to everybody in this room, every time you're next to somebody you don't know, just introduce yourself. Start having a conversation. You have no idea where that's going to take you, and it could be a lifelong friendship. I've watched it happen at this conference. I've watched it at every conference. The gentleman I'm about to introduce is one of those people to me. At least 3 years ago now, we met, I think it was here, amongst a group of people, like-minded people. We started hanging out. We started doing a Zoom call every Friday night. And this man just became a really good friend. He was a little blown away when I told him how into reggae music I am and how much I actually know about reggae and reggae artists. And he was a little taken back by that, like, how does this white guy know all this stuff? So I'm going to have my friend Dredd come up here and give an awesome talk. Yo, bro, you're coming up right now. Come on. It's your turn. He's over there talking about something, I don't know. Anyway, this guy became a great friend. He's like a brother to me now. This is like a giant family. I encourage everybody, go out, meet your family. Everybody you don't know in this room is just a friend you haven't met yet. Enjoy the show, everyone.
Thing on. Greetings. Oh man. Okay, I can't even see this. Can I see the screen? Can you guys see the screen? Yeah. It's good. Yeah, I just wanted to see what, oh, there it is. They did tell me how to use this and I'm not even doing it correctly. All right, so I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about my journey as an international Bitcoin advocate. What is an international Bitcoin advocate? funny story. I kind of made it up. Me and a friend, you guys know, one of the Bens, was in Jamaica and just kind of said, what's my role here and what am I doing in Bitcoin? I'm, advocating for international use of Bitcoin. So we just kind of made up a title. But anyway, it's hard to say where that started. I guess it'll be just give you a quick rabbit hole story since half of you are probably wondering who am I. Jim kind of told you a good introduction as to how we came around to become dirtbags or people that know each other in the family of Bitcoiners. But mine evolved through seeing Bitcoin in 2013, not trusting it, thinking it was just drug use money, and then seeing it again in 2017, buying some, getting wrecked, buying shitcoins, and then learning for years about it because I was just kind of like a dog with a bone. Like, what is this thing? Why did I just lose a bunch of money? So I took off my trader bro hat, put on my engineering hat, since I'm a classically trained and recovering from the school system engineer. And then learned a lot of other tangential subjects to help me understand exactly what Bitcoin was with more precise clarity. So now I'm just another pleb, just trying to share knowledge, spread the good vibes that sound money brings, because sound money brings good vibes, in my opinion. And then the reason I guess, became this international Bitcoin advocate is because my parents always said I was born under a traveling star. Life always took me to very far corners of the earth, whether it was for school, whether it was for traveling, for track and field. I used to do pole vault. If you guys know me on Twitter, my pole vault dream is my handle, because I pole vaulted for probably half of my life. And it took me, even work, as doing consulting. And my old slavery fiat job, I would travel all over the world just consulting in technology, in IT. So, I learned a lot of different things. I was able to compare my own homeland, Jamaica, to many other climates, many other customs, many other cultures, many other cuisines. There's a lot of C's. And I'm being 100% unbiased and objective here when I say Jamaica is the best of them all. No, seriously, we're the best. We really are. So yeah, this is Kingston. Yep. And I love my country. Of course, I had on blinders at the time. I wanted to help myself. I wanted to use Bitcoin to first get rich, obviously. That's what most people get in it for. But then I realized how it could help my country. So I wanted to help myself and help my country. It was very, very narrow focused in terms of what the benefits are for Bitcoin, right? In the beginning, anyway. And yeah, I kind of thought while I was there that, hold on a second. Yeah, I kind of thought that this is bigger than I think it is. The magnitude of what Bitcoin can bring, it was sinking in as I was, learning more and seeing how it could help Jamaica. And I wanted it to help break the perpetual cycle of post-colonialism, colonialism, if you know what I mean, and the debt-based slavery that we've been in, that I've seen my friends and my family in. Jimmy Song talked about it being, anti-civilization, and it's literally slavery. And I've seen decades of it through my life. So I had this naive dream that, this unstoppable money, unforgeable money would be able to solve it all, right? I mean, fix the money, fix the world, right? That's what they say. So I figured it could fix Jamaica, and I would be focused on that. So I took Austrian economic courses from Steffi Moose. I read books, articles. You guys know most of them, Jeff Booth, etc. And I also listened to Bitcoin Audible like a psychopath for months, every single episode from the beginning, and just set out starting to learn more tools and build tools that I could use to help my country, to help Jamaica, whether it was a remittance problem I was trying to solve, or a transaction problem, or get them from underneath these huge taxes that they're unfairly being charged, import tax, that kind of stuff. So then I decided, okay, how can I figure this out by not recreating the wheel? I went down to Bitcoin Beach. You guys know about Bitcoin Beach, right? Everybody? I see some Bitcoin Beach t-shirts in the audience. It's pretty cool. I went down there and it was just starting to gain escape velocity. It was starting to get pretty good. So watching them from afar for about a year or so, and then I flew down to check out what they were doing and see how they're building their communities using open source software, which is the Bitcoin network and the Lightning network as a second layer. And I realized, I think I said this last year too, our homelands have a lot in common, like, you know, similar poverty rates, similar corruption, similar huge remittance industry, like not most, but a huge portion of the GDP is remittance. Huge mobile phone adoption for a country that is not first world, but also bad things like dependence on the US dollar, state corruption, the list goes on in terms of, you know, very similar things that could be fixed by using the same method of community growth and circular economies that Bitcoin Beach is doing. So I'm like, yeah, I want to do that in Jamaica for sure. But then I also realized that Jamaica and El Salvador are far from the only countries that are facing this problem in one way or another. Like, just in that region alone, we're talking about countries like Nicaragua, Guatemala, Argentina, Peru, Mexico, Colombia, Venezuela. I mean, they're all facing some kind of problem that you know, is stemmed from fiat money, that is stemmed from this ever-shrinking value of measurement that everybody's using and acting like it's not shrinking. So that's more of Bitcoin Beach. That's the pupusas down there. You guys definitely should try pupusas if you haven't. But yeah, each of these geographic locations I realized more and more that these places have very similar problems, and it wasn't a very happy and enjoyable thing to realize when you see how fucked up the world is. And that's not just in South America. I'm talking Turkey, Greece, Lebanon, Togo, Senegal, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, China, Korea. I mean, Sri Lanka just the other day. Like, this is widespread. Like, if you step back and look at it, it's the whole world that is having these problems. And also in the highly regarded countries too, USA, Canada, Australia, these are big countries, right? And they're having the same issues falling apart at the seams because they're trying to use the same shrinking measuring stick, the US petrodollar, and acting like it's not shrinking, acting like, oh yeah, I'll just measure this today and measure it tomorrow and it's the same stick. No, you're not using the same thing. It's inflating on you, under your feet. So I was all like laser focused on helping the world now. Like, I went from helping myself to, yeah, I'm gonna help my country. Oh no, I can help the world. I'm gonna talk about this shout from the mountaintops. Started a podcast called One Love Bitcoin. Shout out to Swan and Corey for pushing me to start that. I talk to people from all over the world, seeing how I can, you know, share their culture, share their problems, and share their solutions, if you're using Bitcoin, with everyone that's watching it, right? And I'm thinking how awesome that would be, that people could understand the negative impacts that fiat money is having. And these people were telling me different stories that were moving. Like, you know, I cried a couple of times. People were being hurt, people were being tortured, people were being oppressed, subjugated, like real stories of people suffering. And it felt like Bitcoin could fix this, right? I'm like, wait a second, why is this happening because some pedo tyrant has the ability to take all this money that's been printed and use an army to force people into slavery? That doesn't make any sense to me. It shouldn't make any sense to anyone in this room. I also attended the Oslo Freedom Forum. That was pretty eye-opening in terms of, you know, people concentrating the activism and the dissidents that were able to tell their stories. It was rough. Like, you know, going from a happy-go-lucky Jamaican that just wants to spread good vibes about Bitcoin to, holy fuck, this place is really bad, and everybody's suffering, but a lot of people aren't talking about it, and people are being silenced for trying to talk about it. Like, the world is not very bright without Bitcoin sometimes. So, you know, I felt like I was blind before, and just caring about myself or my people, not understanding that the world is fighting this big fight, and we have this final boss, you know, called fiat, or the central bank of central banks that we're all fighting. So I wanted to fight back. I said, we have Bitcoin, let's fight back, you know? Let's pull some nerdy, cool running style Braveheart, run into the battle and, you know, with my own node and my own sats, and, you know, say, this is my fuck you money, so fuck you, we're all free of your chains. Oh, the ignorance of youth. So, you know, I'm going to repeat this prayer. You guys mostly know it, which is a little bit changed for my own purposes. But Jah, Rastafari, the Most High, and I, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, and the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I personally am not equipped to fight these three-letter agencies or these central banks or the GIS or the IMF or the whoever you want to, you know, put a label on their names. None of us really are by ourselves. None of us really are equipped to fight them. But we can channel that anger or that energy, because anger is just energy, right, in a certain form. We can channel that energy in a productive way. We can, like, you know, take nature as our example. Mycelium is a network where each cell has its own, you know, fully sovereign set of tools to live, to survive on its own, but it channels, it routes energy in the most efficient path to make this beautiful organism that's been alive longer than anything we know on this world. And we can channel it the same way, where we build ourselves up, you know, we be as productive as we can be, of course with the help of some magic internet money, to help us channel that energy in the best way we can channel it. So I've kind of always known what I'm good at, and, you know, just trying to figure out how to help myself, and in turn help people that are around me and my homeland, and in turn help the world, just because I'm helping myself. It's like a selfish thing that I'm doing, but it's in turn doing everything else that I've realized, you know, I want to do, and everything else that everyone else wants to do too. So, where am I on this thing? I'm going to be sliding through a lot of these pictures. It's just places I've been, or places that have Bitcoin-like communities, and some of them are really cool, so I'm going to kind of talk through them. But before I do that, what I was doing is just continuing to travel from that point forward. I kind of realized that I can't do it all, but I can do what I can do, and I can just travel, learn, teach, build. And I traveled to places like, you know, like I said, Bitcoin Beach, Amsterdam, Ukraine, where else? Jamaica, of course, Brazil, Mexico. Let's see what else we got in here. We got, this is Brazil, a really cool place. They're doing Bitcoin Praia down there, which is like a Bitcoin beach type of thing, but it's Portuguese nonprofit that is helping the community down there. This is Uvita in Costa Rica. If you guys have heard of Bitcoin Jungle, awesome place. There's, you know, have a lot of circular economy stuff going on there too. Guadalajara, which a bunch of dirtbags and me were down there in Mexico, just, you know, doing hackathons and workshops and having fun and just, you know, trying to live that nomadic life. Kiev, and I went there before all the shit hit the fan. There's Bitcoiners there too. Like, you know, you think that these places are far and foreign, but you're gonna find people just like you that just want to be left alone. You know, the state hates them too. Mossel Bay in South Africa, they're building Bitcoin Esaki, if you've heard about it there, Bitcoin Bay in English, and they're doing amazing things as well. Arnhem in Amsterdam, that's even before Bitcoin Beach. Arnhem was around Bitcoin City, and they were doing circular economies there as well, and they still are. I shouldn't say they. Matter of fact, a good story about that one. I was walking around in Arnhem, and I wanted some coffee. I just woke up and started walking around and wanted coffee. I stopped at a place, and the guy was like, "Yeah, we can accept Lightning. Just take out your phone and, you know, scan it." And I said, "Shit, I left my phone, and I left my wallet. What am I going to do?" I think I had my other travel phone, like my burner phone, but it didn't have any Bitcoin or anything on it. So I said, "Okay, I still want a coffee. How can I do this?" "Oh, shit, you have a Lightning invoice." I just texted TT and said, "Hey, can you pay this Lightning invoice for me?" Boom. Paid it, got the coffee, walked away. That's the power, right? So Bitcoin City is still going on. There is, Bitcoin Lake or Lago Bitcoin. I think they're in Guatemala. They're doing bio-waste for Bitcoin. Like they're basically using the methane as a revenue stream to mine Bitcoin and provide revenue for the community. That's pretty cool. What else? Who else do we have down there? There's so many of them. And they're going to keep on building. There's Rancho San Satoshi, that's going to be Mexico. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about that, Jim. But they're building their own thing down there. And then there's a bunch of other projects that are very similar, like there's Proof of Resilience in Zimbabwe. You guys know about Zimbabwe and their currency. There's Built with Bitcoin all across Africa that Ray and Paxful and Yosef are doing. There's Motive in Peru. There's, I don't even know how to say this one in Germany, but there's one in Germany. I'm not going to try to say it. There's Bitcoin Grove in Miami, Bitcoin Park in Nashville, Bitcoin Commons here. Shout out to Unchained and Bitcoin Commons and everything that they're doing. And you know, you can have one in your city. Like, this is something that's happening organically everywhere, and they're mostly nonprofit. These aren't businesses trying to start up or some company or some CEO trying to make this happen. These are just people in the streets, in the communities, trying to improve their situation using Bitcoin, and it organically grows that way. So has anybody here been to any of these communities? Or I would love to hear stories about them. So, you know, if you feel like coming up or talking about them during the Q&A, please do. Because I haven't been to them all, and I can't go everywhere. So yeah, these kind of communities kind of keep organically coming, and people eventually, I think these communities are going to start trading with each other, right, as they grow. And then you're going to have these pockets that are growing and creating networks between each other. It kind of sounds similar, right? It sounds like mycelium, like the Lightning Network. I feel like that's going to happen with communities. Like, we're going to have a network of communities. And that makes me pretty excited. So I said with naivete and a lot of excitement when I started this, fix the money, fix the world. But I probably should have really said in the beginning, fix my money, fix me. You know, that Bitcoin changes you. But now I really use that phrase with a lot more humility and a lot more purpose when I say, you know, we are fixing the money, and that is fixing the world as we go along. So I'm going to talk about a couple things that I like. The first thing is something called stable sats. And a company called Galois Money, if you know them, they build the Bitcoin Beach wallet. And this is one of the most amazing things that I have seen for communities that you care about, that I care about, because, you know, some people are just living day to day. They can't just save Bitcoin and hope it goes up, or save Bitcoin to free themselves from the state. They have to pay their rent, or they have to buy food for their family that day. So even though they want to buy Bitcoin and hold it, they probably want to try and have some of it in a stable form, but not necessarily on fiat rails, not necessarily in the banking system. Stable sats allows you to hold Bitcoin, Lightning, on your Bitcoin Beach wallet, but I don't want to talk about the technical details. You can definitely look at the code. It's open source, and they'll tell you all about it if you ask, but it holds the value of your USD. So if the price of Bitcoin goes up or down, you don't feel that volatility. It kills the volatility for you, so you can hold a certain amount in Satoshis, but the price of USD will stay the same while the Satoshis go up and down. On the other side is one button to flip it, and you can hold in Satoshis, but your Bitcoin stays the same, and the USD goes up and down. It's a really cool thing that you'd want to have if you have like a urgent bill you need to pay, and you can't afford for Bitcoin to lose 20% of its value in the next week. And that is the case for a lot of people in communities that need it, like in El Salvador, in Jamaica, and in almost every country, to be honest. In the US here, in underbanked places in the US, like Jack was saying earlier. And there's a lot of alternatives that are probably going to be doing something similar. Strike, Breeze, Moon, Bitrefill, Pax, you name it. Like, this is something that can be built in almost every wallet. And then I'm being productive. I'm trying to make sure that I am as productive as possible so I can help this network. And that is working for Start9 as well. We build sovereign personal computing for everyone in here. If you want it, just push one button and install Bitcoin Core, install Lightning, install whatever you want, Nextcloud. You can do that without any kind of coding knowledge or command line knowledge. So I'm really excited about what they're building. And at the end of the day, it's like, the phrase is always going to be the same: fix the money, fix the world. And I feel like after traveling the world and realizing that we are fixing it, it means a lot more to me. So thanks for listening. If you got Q&A, let me know. Any questions, you can just come up to the front here. Or if you have any quick stories about a Bitcoin community you've been to or had any circular economy experience, let me know too. Or tell people. In Kiev, oh, they let me pay to ride the Soviet tank in Bitcoin. It was like a T40, I think they called it. Yeah, and the picture is the guy in the front paying in Bitcoin while I jumped in the top and was like messing with the guns and stuff. It was pretty cool. I mean, it felt cool at the time until, war started. Then I'm like, oh, that probably wasn't cool. Yeah, it was fun though. Any other questions? All right, I guess I'll give it back to Gary then. Thanks everybody for listening to me. One love.
Okay, you might want to stay. I know we got a break, but I got some stuff to tell you I think you'll want to hear. Number one is Unchained has a North Terrace room here, and during the break they're having a mining panel talk, which will be pretty good. Senator Loomis will be here at 1:25, or Senator Lummis. How many people think that's Loomis? Raise your hand. I know it's Lummis. Man, you screwed up my deal over here. Okay. I also want to let everybody know we have lunch ready for you. We'll be back in this room, though, and we'll start at 1:25. Okay, so you got a long lunch break, and you have to go out that door, so y'all get first shot at lunch. And we have 3 things out there. We have chicken Caesar wraps, turkey cheddar wraps, and ham and Swiss on a Kaiser roll. That's the choices, so you can't go back once you go in line. I'm letting you know now. If you pass what you wanted, you'll never get back to it. Thanks, guys. One of these days, I'm going to get up here and sing. But y'all would all leave out the front door. And there goes Charlene walking between the chairs. She's just walking around. She's not hungry, obviously, because she's headed in the opposite direction from the food. From the food, she's going the wrong way. Food's this way. Now she's going for the food. Yeah. She wasn't really missing the food. You should have got that. Oh, you should have had that with you. Excellent. But you can't post it. So you'll be getting people's faces who may not want their faces posted on that they're here. Oh yeah, you can do that. I thought you meant up here of the crowd. Yeah, you'd have to have everybody in the crowd agree. Yeah. Not even sign something, you just need their permission. That's this guy right here. That's that guy right there. Hello? Yes. I know. Hey. I've already told him. I remembered. I wrote it on a piece of paper. So you don't have to do this next time. Okay. No, it's just you had to do a lot of extra work. I want to make it good for you. Yes, do it. Okay, bye. Bye.
you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Up, 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 Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up.
Are we live? Are we live? Hey, everybody's reeling in here. I don't have to be yelling at them. Okay, thank you for coming. I hope everybody enjoyed your little break there. I hope everybody's been taking advantage of these opportunities to like network and meet some of the people here. This is like a pretty strong networking community. This is not like your typical shitcoin convention. We have some strong people in here, so I hope everybody's taking advantage of that for sure. Now, this is the time period. I know you know this is already going on because this year I'm not going to get a ton of emails going, I missed the 24 hours, no one told me. So 24 hours, this price that's on the site goes off, never comes back. If you email me in 25 hours, I'm going to say, gosh, you really missed the boat, didn't you? But there are pieces of paper on all the seats. Do not, I repeat, do not share this with anyone who's not here. This is just for attendees because why? You just create me a buttload of work. I got to refund all these people. Last year I had to refund like 100 people, you know, so do not share this, please. I have some people, like over here, I'm not going to mention a name. He emailed me and said, hey, I didn't know that was a speaker special that's only to attendees. I'm asking for a refund. You can go ahead and set me up. So please don't share this. This is just for you guys. They'll go back on sale at a regular price for everybody else. But I kind of want to make this like a family event where we all get a special bonus for being here. We all see each other next year. We all really have a great, great time. So that's that. And like I said, there are pieces of paper on the seats and in your attendee bag. It's inside of there, you know, in the program. So you can't miss it if you want to take advantage of it. It's going to be in Austin. We'll be at the Hilton. We got the whole 6th floor next year. So this year we tried to increase our get a better location. We're trying to improve every year. This year we improved our location, I think, from Addison. No one ever told me they wanted to go to Addison. Everybody always says they want to go to Austin. So we improved our location, and we did a better job with our sound. That was our 2 goals. Now we're going to improve our hotel, so we're taking the 6th floor at the Hilton over there. I got the code today to go ahead and buy tickets, but they can't activate the code to actually buy tickets more than 365 days in advance. So you'll get an email from me next week with the code for tickets, which will be a special price. And believe me, we will sell out of rooms over there. So go ahead, and they won't go up real quick, but we will sell out. So do that. I just want to mention that funny story here. We got people, all kinds of crazy stuff. Adam Curry, I don't know if you know who he is. He invented podcasting. He was like a VJ on MTV. He had Headbangers Ball. You know, long hair down to here, that flowing hair. I don't know if you remember that. But he is speaking today and last night at my old conference.
Podcast Movement. I used to own a conference called Podcast Movement, and I got into Bitcoin and sold that and started this. But he's speaking in Dallas today at my old conference, is in the car already, driving down here to speak at my other conference. So he's hitting two things I'm related to in one day. This is a busy man when he gets here. So I want to mention that. But I also have a busy woman here. We have Senator Lummis here. And she told me that sounds like hummus. It's like hummus, Senator Lummis. So I always remember that. So she just came in from Wyoming, and she's leaving to Israel tomorrow. So we're getting them all coming in here, guys. Bitcoiners are getting ready to control the world, you do. We have got some clout. I also want you to know one thing. I'm supposed to tell you something. I can't remember what it is. It's there's an Azteco machine over there. If anyone wants to buy some Bitcoin, they can on that Azteco machine. If you know what that is, that's good enough. If you don't know, go check it out and see what it is. It's pretty interesting over there. But that's really about all I got to say. We're going to have Senator Lummis come on up. Senator Lummis. And we also have Parker Lewis. They're going to have a fireside chat here. And guys, welcome. My favorite senator, the one, the only, Senator Lummis.
Senator, welcome to Austin.
Thank you, Parker.
It's an honor for me to be here to facilitate this discussion. I've known Senator Lummis for several years now, before she was a senator. I guess I've probably known you since you were in the U.S. House. But you've become the really leading champion for Bitcoin in the U.S. Congress. And before we talk about some of the work that you're doing, I thought it would be helpful just if you could talk a little bit about what Bitcoin means to you, why you think it's important on a personal level, and if you could just give a little bit of your history and your background before you became a senator and how that's kind of informed some of your views on Bitcoin, that would be really great.
Well, Parker, by the way, is my grandson's godfather. So, of course, I've known Parker for a long time, and he's wonderful to my 4-year-old grandson. I was state treasurer of Wyoming, and in that capacity was always looking for good stores of value because we were taking minerals out of the ground, and the state of Wyoming would get a share of the mineral income to invest in its permanent mineral trust fund. The Permanent Mineral Trust Fund then is in a diversified asset allocation and produces annual revenue to the state of Wyoming in the form of interest income, dividends, and capital gains. So we're taking minerals out of the ground, mining them, and then investing them in another long-term permanent asset, which is a diversified asset allocation. And I was always, when I was state treasurer, looking for some assets that would produce short-term revenue and other assets that were a long-term store of value, just like the minerals that were stored underground when they were still in situ. And so that's part of the reason that Bitcoin made a lot of sense to me. It's something that is mined, which is a concept that's very familiar to the state of Wyoming. State of Wyoming is the largest net exporter of energy in the U.S. Now, of course, Texas produces more energy than Wyoming, but you also consume more energy than Wyoming. Our small population makes it so Wyoming produces and exports more energy to other states. So then when I started learning about Bitcoin, all of the qualities of Bitcoin just made sense to me. It's something that is mined, that it takes energy to produce, that energy adds to its value because then the Bitcoin is put on the blockchain. and it is a long-term store of value. There will only be 21 million Bitcoin, never mind. So all of these concepts were pretty seamlessly understood, and it just made sense to me. So when my son-in-law first helped me buy a Bitcoin, at least the concept made sense to me, even if as a baby boomer, I'm not the most computer savvy person in the room.
So your family, though, also, you're a fourth generation Wyoming cowboy. And your family's been in the ranching business. And maybe if you could just talk a little bit about that of work and producing value, and then thinking about that in relation to Bitcoin, and needing to also convert the output of labor into Bitcoin, and how you think about it on that personal level.
So being in the commodity business, and of course we all know that Bitcoin is a commodity, there is, I'm a rancher, I produce a commodity, I produce cattle. And then we sell them and either into directly into the food market if they're grass-fed, or if the next buyer wants to feed corn to them, then they can fatten them and sell them again as a finished product. So it required a lot of labor, and it required energy. Either energy to produce the hay, put up the hay to feed to the cattle in the winter, in our harsher, long winters, or to truck them to places, to move them, to produce the hay to feed to the horses to move the cattle. All is an energy-based business. And then later, when I was practicing law, I worked for some oil and gas companies. I practiced mineral valuation law. How do you value minerals for the purpose of applying a severance tax rate, a royalty rate, an ad valorem tax rate? So my law practice centered around how do you value minerals. And at its very lowest value, it is at least the cost to produce the mineral. And yes, occasionally minerals would drop below the cost of production, but if it stays there for a sustained period, then that oil and gas well is shut in. The same is true with a coal mine. So finding value in something that is produced from the ground by working people, these are all just concepts that are innate in my nature, and so many things about Bitcoin made perfect sense to me.
Yeah, let's give that a hand. On that point, because I think it weaves in your personal kind of background and history with prior to being in the U.S. Congress, working within the state first, or maybe not first, but as a state treasurer, as you were describing. We had a conversation a while back about the idea of that severance tax, but also the concept of when you were explaining your thinking of it around the idea that a mineral can only be taken out of the ground once, and then it's severed, and then in the context of the state and, say, a permanent fund, that then the primary goal is to preserve the value of that, and that's why you talk about that long-term store of value. I can't remember exactly what it's like, protecting the corpus. But maybe if you could just talk about that idea of now kind of the connection between your kind of personal background as well as the state, but that idea of matching the permanence of taking a mineral out of the ground and then needing to match kind of the scarcity of that. If you could just relay that.
Well, exactly right, Parker. You take, Wyoming has a tax on oil, gas, and coal, but it's only taxed once. It's taxed when it is severed from the ground and sold. And so since it's only taxed once, and it is a depletable resource, We want to make sure that the state of Wyoming has just a little slice of that that can be invested long-term to replicate the fact that it is a long-term resource that is now being removed and will not be regenerated. So we want to create a regenerative resource in its place. So the fact that it is now being depleted and removed from the ground is something that the state and its people can enjoy long into the future. So we take that money, we invest it in stocks, bonds, special assets, things like private equity. And we want to have some assets that throw off income and some that are long-term stores of value. And what's so analogous, I believe, to Bitcoin is that long-term store of value. You know, this is long money. This is the money that you want to have in your portfolio so you can be assured that as time goes on, it's going to be there, and it is reliably there. And so taking that mentality and going to the U.S. House of Representatives in 2009, that was when our national debt was just a little over 9 trillion. 9. And I thought that was horrific. I thought the sky was falling at 9 trillion.
Yeah, I think it was 4 trillion when I was in high school, and now I don't know. I've lost track. So it was 9 then. I think there were probably 5 or 6 years between high school and 2009. But now where are we today?
Yeah, we're over 30 trillion. Now here's the problem. That is our debt to GDP ratio is now 130%, which means the gross domestic product of our nation is smaller than our debt. And for nations that have allowed that to occur long term, there has been a national failure. The nations do not survive that when they allow that situation to go unaddressed. And so one of the things coming back now to Congress, I was in the U.S. House for 8 years that coincided with the Obama presidency. I was back in Wyoming during the Trump presidency, and now I am back in Washington. It's just terrifying to me that we are now to the point where our debt to GDP is 130%, and there's no significant acknowledgement of concern that this is a problem. None.
Yeah, that was one thing that Will and I were talking about, or Will brought up to me, but it was a good point about in 2008 or 9 when TARP happened. I think it was $745 billion that people were losing their mind, and then as this has become normalized of just reckless, unfettered, uncontrolled spending has occurred, that people have become numb to it. And now we have a $750 billion Inflation Reduction Act, and I think that's a good maybe place to pivot to. We talked a little bit about Wyoming and your personal background, but also why Bitcoin is important to America. And then would like to talk a little bit about the legislation that you're working on with Senator Gillibrand from New York as well.
So one of the reasons that I've taken such an interest in Bitcoin as an asset that the United States needs to nurture is because I'm concerned about the fact that the United States dollar, as the world's reserve currency, is losing value all the time because we're spending it without having the resources to back it up. It's backed by debt. And if we don't address the debt, we're putting ourselves in a position where paying interest, annual interest on the debt, could exceed the entire budget of the U.S. Department of Defense. And we have to pay interest on the national debt first before we spend money on anything else. So when interest rates go up, like they are now, we have to pay more interest on the national debt, which crowds out the ability to fund things like infrastructure on roads and bridges. But there's just no acknowledgement of that fact by the U.S. Congress. So this year, first there was a $1.9 trillion expenditure on COVID relief, but this was after COVID was essentially over. Then we had the infrastructure bill, only a small portion of which actually was infrastructure. And that was the bill that contained the definition of broker that really got my attention. So here's Bitcoin happily going along without government regulation and interference. And then out of the U.S. Treasury Department last summer comes a definition of broker for purposes of the Internal Revenue Code that includes miners and developers. Well, to me, that represented a misunderstanding of digital assets, Bitcoin specifically, but all digital assets. You know, there is no broker relationship to being doing coding or doing mining. And so I'm going, U.S. Treasury does not understand this asset class. So I began working with some other U.S. senators that were very concerned about the misunderstanding displayed by the U.S. Department of Treasury. Ron Wyden of Oregon is one of them. The great thing about having Ron Wyden as a colleague is he's the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee right now, which is the tax writing committee. And so he was in a position to work hard with Treasury. Now, we didn't get the change accomplished, but here's what you all did that really was a game changer. We asked you to contact your U.S. senators to fix this, and you did. And for the first time ever, U.S. senators began to understand that people who own digital assets, Bitcoin and others, are a significant and very knowledgeable and important part of their constituency. So that was the big nexus between you, the Bitcoin community, and the US Congress. And then after that, we started to realize, you know, we need to address this complete disconnect in understanding between what's going on in cryptocurrency and a dearth of understanding in the U.S. Congress.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that a lot of Bitcoiners recognize, which is Bitcoin doesn't need any help to succeed. We often talk about how we're going to win. We're going to win in any cases, but it's more doing things to ensure that people don't infringe on our rights and taking forward action to protect the interests of individuals, companies, and industry, but ultimately our ability to freely transact with each other. And so maybe if you could just talk about a few of the things in the legislation that you view to be the most important, as well as an update of progress and how you think that will progress from here.
Okay, so after last summer, my staff and I started drafting a comprehensive bill. And we put out our first draft quietly in December. We got a lot of great feedback. We put out the next draft and then the next quietly behind the scenes. During that time, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York developed a real interest in this subject matter. She comes from, the financial center of the U.S., certainly, and some might say the world. And so she has become involved and knowledgeable, and so this bill is known as the Lummis-Gillibrand bill. It takes existing law and lays cryptocurrency over it. So existing definitions of what is a commodity versus what is a security can apply here. And Bitcoin is clearly a commodity. It is fully decentralized. Some other cryptocurrencies are not, and so they're more apt to fall into the category of a security. You have members of Congress who think, oh, well, these cryptocurrencies are just used for crime and fraud and scams, and so we've got a lot of education to do. And we had thought initially we would spend the entire calendar year 2022 just working on education, but we had to engage in crafting legislation as both a tool of education, so people in the Congress would begin to understand this asset class, and as a way to shape our legislative future, because Europe's ahead of us. Australia is working on these issues. Switzerland, in many ways, is way ahead of us. The UK is working on these issues. And if we want an innovative work environment for digital assets in this country, we need that framework. Now, Bitcoin specifically by itself does not. If you never engage with the United States dollar, with our fiat currency, you can blissfully have Bitcoin and interact with other Bitcoin transactions without ever engaging in the U.S. economy. And if you can do that, good on you. But if you ever have to engage with the U.S. economy, with the U.S. dollar, there need to be ways to protect consumers, especially from frauds and scams, most of which occur with altcoins. But since members of Congress don't even know the difference between an altcoin and a Bitcoin, it's important that we lay out this regulatory framework.
There is one, Warren Davidson, who does also know, like you, the differences between Bitcoin and altcoins. But one of the things I think in the bill is, and kind of it's part to that point, but maybe in a little bit of a in-between zone, is having a certain transaction size where below that threshold would not trigger a tax event. And we've talked a lot about in the past the promise of the Lightning Network, but whether it's the Lightning Network or other mediums and protocols to be able to further develop the transactional layers on Bitcoin. Just talk about that, because that is something that is, people are still developing on it, but it does present challenges when every single Bitcoin transaction, if I'm buying something, buying a gallon of gasoline, pizza, food, coffee, paying an electric bill, everything is a taxable event, even if they're very small purchases. So I believe that is part of the bill, and just
it is. The bill created what we call de minimis amount. So if you, as the Lightning Network or other means of exchange become more mainstream, we want to make sure that every time you go buy a cup of coffee, that you're not engaged in a taxable event. So the bill was originally drafted, I think at about 1,000 was de minimis, and Treasury keeps ratcheting it down, and now I think they've got it down to $50. But we're going to keep working with them, because this bill's going nowhere this year. We're running out of legislative days to accomplish things that are this comprehensive and this complicated. So I can assure you this bill's going nowhere. And so I want to put this year, but Kirsten Gillibrand and I plan on reintroducing it in January in its entirety, and we want your input between now and then. So help us determine what is a appropriate de minimis amount and why.
Million sats.
Yeah.
Million sats? Is that what I hear? 10 million sats? Higher? 50 million sats. 100 million sats. All right, we'll come back to the senator with our
Good.
thoughts.
Good.
She did
And-
post the bill on GitHub
Yes.
for comments. There will always be, there were trolls, but then there were a lot of people that also provided a lot of great input and comments. With that, we've got about 5 or 6 minutes. I thought it would be helpful and then we'll kind of have a closing wrap up, but give the chance for a few people to ask questions to the crowd. And if you can just, Tim? No? Yeah. Yes, I think to the senator's point, the IRS is bringing that number down at the same time that the Fed's printing that number higher. It's, hit them high, hit them low. But we're going to come back at them with a fixed 21 million supply cap, and everybody else is going to have to change.
And thank you for the tip about Australia, because if another nation has taken the lead on that, it gives us a peg to hang our coat on to take to Treasury and say, look, Bitcoin can vote with its feet. Bitcoiners can go anywhere in the world. So let's not create an atmosphere here that is hostile. Let's create an atmosphere here that is friendly.
So I'm going to turn it to the gentleman in the back. But before I do that, I think that's a really important point, which is that Bitcoin can vote with its feet unlike anything that's ever existed, that people can take their entire wealth to the jurisdictions that respect their rights as much as possible, and having people in the U.S. Senate who recognize that is incredibly important. All right, gentleman in the back.
The most, in my opinion, now I'm just giving you my opinion, Treasury is the most hostile. Some people point to the SEC as the most hostile. I completely disagree. I think Gary Gensler's much more knowledgeable about this than people give him credit for. And he will say publicly, and has said publicly, Bitcoin is a commodity. And of course, the CFTC, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, is very pro developing the spot market and futures market for these assets. So I think we're good to go at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. We've got some work to do at the SEC, but the most work is going to be at Treasury. Now, when Janet Yellen became the Treasury Secretary, she was really, I would say, quite hostile. And she has softened her views somewhat, which is encouraging. I suspect that really Gary Gensler has been playing a role in helping soften her views. But she seems to be very close to Elizabeth Warren, and that's a struggle for us. That, I think, is our most rigid opponent. And so we're going to be struggling there. But I think we're making a little bit of progress, maybe not specifically with Senator Warren, but with people that are still in her orbit. It's going to be a heavy lift, especially on the banking committee, which I'm on, because Elizabeth Warren's on banking. I think it's going to be better with the Ag Committee in the Senate, which is where the jurisdiction over the Commodity Futures Trading Commission is. Because Russ Benham, head of the CFTC, is very, very approachable and friendly and happy with this legislation. Senator Gillibrand is on Senate Ag. Senator Stabenow and Bozeman, who are the ranking Republican and the chairman of Senate Ag, are doing their own bill on the CFTC jurisdiction part of this. So, and it's similar to ours, to the Gillibrand-Lummis bill. And so I think we're going to make a lot of progress on the CFTC side, which is going to affect more Bitcoiners than, say, altcoins. Altcoins are going to all end up over at the SEC and have to struggle with the higher level of scrutiny associated with consumer protection and disclosures that the SEC is really good at. So, you know, it's easier to talk to Bitcoin people than some of the other cryptocurrencies about this, because your complete decentralization status is something that federal regulators understand. So our work with Treasury is going to be to, you know, try to keep their mitts off it. And this gentleman who mentioned the Australia $10,000 is, or 10,000, yeah, dollars is really giving us some good ideas. So, see, I learn something from you every time I spend time with you. So sometimes I think to myself, oh, people are getting tired of hearing me talk about this. But these kinds of engagements are meaningful because what you say ends up influencing what we do. And I want you to know that. You will make a difference. So please help us make this a better bill.
So as we wrap up, I got two quick questions for you, because we are just over time. Whenever Senator Warren comes up, I always just point out that Massachusetts produces very little energy, and that in the grand scheme, she is one of 100, but states like Texas and states like Wyoming, the largest energy producers in the country, are going to lead on this initiative, and there are hard economic incentives at play. So first question, which state's treasurer, Texas or Wyoming, is going to put Bitcoin, I don't even know if states technically have balance sheets, but in their general fund? And then two, Marty Bent and I always talk about how we're going to win. Are we going to win? Which state, Texas or Wyoming?
If I have anything to say about it, Wyoming is going to win.
All right. Well, I'll be doing everything I can to lock down the state of Texas there, and I think we're going to win, but we're all going to win because we got Bitcoin. So thank you, Senator Lummis, for being here today. Thank you all.
Oh, Bitcoiners. Do we have any Bitcoiners in the house? Do we have any new coiners in the house? New to Bitcoin? No, this is BitBlockBoom, of course not. Any shitcoiners? No? Good. So Gary, I'm Brecky, by the way. Hopefully I've met most of you. If not, we'll meet after this. Gary said I have 5 minutes to do whatever I want, and y'all have to listen, so I'm pretty excited about that. First, humor me. Everyone get up. Everyone stand up. Get the blood flowing. We've had barbecue like 8 times in a row. We've been drinking tequila every night. I'm pretty hungover, if I'm being honest with you all, so we need this. Shake the legs out. Get ready. Woo! Next thing you need to do is pull your phones out and go to thebitcoinlayer.com and subscribe if you haven't already. So I'm here to introduce someone who I consider, you can sit down now if you'd like, or stay up standing the whole time. It'd be, I'm here today to introduce a good friend of mine, a Bitcoiner I've known for many years, and one of the smartest people in Bitcoin, someone who opened my eyes to the Lightning Network very early on, and I'm very grateful to him for that. But I'm biased. I've known him for so long. I wanted to get an honest opinion of this man, of Nick Bhatia, who you're going to hear in a second. So what I did, I walked out into the lobby, and I tried to find the most hardcore Bitcoiner I could find, someone who hasn't read Layered Money. Not that you can't be a hardcore Bitcoiner and read Layered Money, you should. But this Bitcoiner hasn't read Layered Money. They don't subscribe to Nick's Substack yet. And I just thought that this hardcore Bitcoiner would probably give me a very honest opinion of the guy that, I could share with you, because Bitcoiners, we value truth, and I didn't want to give this sappy, oh, I love Nick so much. It's true, I do, but I wanted to give you something different. So I go up to this Bitcoiner and I say, do you know Nick Bhatia? She says, yeah, rolls her eyes at me. And I say, okay, well, can you tell me a little bit about Nick? What do you know about Nick? What do you think about Nick Bhatia? She pauses, she thinks for a second, and she says, he's sweet, he's funny, and he's loving. Now, despite this Bitcoiner being Nick's daughter, who is here in the audience right now, I thought it was a very unbiased opinion. So without any further ado and any other bad jokes, Nick Bhatia, author of Layered Money and the new Substack, The Bitcoin Layer.
Thank you, Brecky. I appreciate it. Very kind intro, and hello to my family and my Bitcoin Layer family as well, who are here in the house. I really appreciate you guys having me. Thank you to Gary and Kathy Leland for hosting us. Can we get a round of applause for both Gary and Kathy? So I feel right at home here at BitBlockBoom. I was at the first conference and last year as well. So I really do feel like I'm coming home, and really thrilled to be here with you guys. So today, my talk is about breaking down every word of Jerome Powell's Jackson Hole speech yesterday and determining whether we are headed into a 50 or 75 basis point interest rate hike in September. Oh, wrong presentation, okay. You guys know I'm here to talk about Lightning Network. It is one of the main reasons I'm here in Bitcoin. So, like many of you, when I understood Bitcoin and I understood the 21 million cap and the mining economics that function as Bitcoin security, it's impossible to unsee the value there in Bitcoin. And without a doubt, that was what drew me in. But within a few months of being in Bitcoin and trying to learn about it, all anybody wanted to talk about was SegWit. So I don't know how many people here know what SegWit is, so I'll just summarize it really quickly. Segregated witness was an update to the Bitcoin protocol in 2017 that allowed for an increased range of transaction types. One of those transaction types was this hashed time lock contract that makes up the Lightning Network. Now, the hash time lock contract is only possible because of this SegWit update. And so during 2017, the reason everyone wanted to talk about SegWit was because they wanted Lightning Network to be part of Bitcoin. Why was Lightning Network so important for Bitcoin at the time? Because one of the main critiques of Bitcoin was that it's too slow. And it's a fair criticism of Bitcoin by itself, but it fails to incorporate this idea that money functions in a layered way, where not all forms of money are supposed to be fast and instant when transacting. When you send Venmo or PayPal to somebody, they are not able to take that balance and settle it into their own US Treasury security in an instant. It is held in these deposit instruments that have counterparty risk and have lots of layers between them. So when we think about Venmo existing as dollars, actually Venmo is connected to your checking account. The checking account is connected to the bank's reserves. The bank's reserves have a relationship with US Treasury's reserve ratios and things that are mandated by the Federal Reserve. So this is all a way to say that your Venmo dollar balance is on quite a different layer of money than, let's say, your checking account or other forms of dollars like US Treasury securities. Lightning Network makes us able to use Bitcoin instantly without actually having to engage in a counterparty relationship. That means that when you deposit Bitcoin into the Lightning Network, you're not actually taking a liability like you are when you go to the bank and give them a $100 bill and they give you a deposit slip. That deposit slip is now the liability of the bank. It's an asset to you. You think you have $100 and you do, but the $100 that you have is a liability of the bank and therefore 100% counterparty exposure. Lightning Network allows us to take Bitcoin, transact it instantly with hash time lock contracts without having to go into this counterparty arrangement. That is very powerful. When I saw that, I saw the potential for Bitcoin to increase its role in the financial system beyond just being this slow-moving store of value asset, which it is, and it's tremendous at that. But if it can be the store of value, slow-moving asset with mining economics as its security, as well as be an instantly settling currency, all without having a middleman. And how does Lightning Network work? It's the smart contract, the HTLC, the hashed time lock contract. When you enter that contract, you are able to pull your Bitcoin out on command because it's still yours. And the only thing that you relinquish when you put Bitcoin into the Lightning Network is the ability to use that Bitcoin somewhere else because it's committed to the network. And all of those concepts about Lightning Network were really what brought me in. And so in 2018 at BitBlockBoom, I spoke about the time value of Bitcoin, this idea that Bitcoin can have, you can extract a time value of money from Bitcoin if you have Bitcoin in the Lightning Network and you're actually earning money by facilitating the activity within that network. So that's what I'm here to talk about today, is how far we've come since this theoretical concept in 2018 and all the exciting developments that we've seen in Lightning Network since then. So in June 2018, I wrote my first piece called The Time Value of Bitcoin. And in this little graphic that you see, these were all the nodes at the time in the very young 3-month-old Lightning Network at the time. These were all the nodes that had channels open with each other. Now, if you think about the Bitcoin that you use, that you send on chain, you don't actually send it to a routing network. You send the transaction into what we call the mempool. This is where transactions exist before they're confirmed, and then a miner will take that transaction and put it into the blockchain when they win their mining reward. But in Lightning Network, when you send Bitcoin, you actually have to send it to whoever you're sending through one of these channels. So this picture that you see is a web of participants. And the bigger the participant is, and big meaning appropriate amount of capital and well connected to the network through a wide range of channels, channel sizes, and channel counterparts. That is how money travels through the Lightning Network. And if you are one of these big nodes, you can earn fees from the people that are sending the transactions, basically for the privilege of, if I have to send a transaction to somebody in the Lightning Network, but I don't have a channel with them because I don't know them, I'm engaging in some business transaction, how is the money going to get there instantly? It'll get there through one of these channels. And is it free to just use all of these channels? Sometimes yes, many times no. And that's the economics of the Lightning Network now, where we have routers in the middle of this network that are helping the money move because they have established the expertise of how to route, who to connect with, what channels to build, how big the channel should be in terms of size, amount of Bitcoin, and all these technical aspects to Lightning Network. These are all what contribute to extracting fees as a router. So in 2018, a little bit later, we saw the first couple examples of people, real humans, that have nodes that were routing Bitcoin through the network and actually earning Satoshis. They were actually earning fees. And what can you get with income, principal, and time? You can get an interest rate, an annualized interest rate. And what does an annualized interest rate on a Lightning Network balance of Bitcoin give us? It gives us a Lightning Network derived interest rate that we can now use to compare to the entire financial spectrum, not just in Bitcoin. That was a concept that blew my mind at the time, that now we can extract interest rates from a commodity in a non-counterparty way. Because maybe you guys are familiar with gold lease rates. This is how people that hold gold can actually make money off of that gold, because gold doesn't pay you an income, it doesn't have a yield. But if you lend that gold out to somebody else, it's not selling the gold, it's just lending it, you can actually earn income. But what happens when you lend the gold? You have to give the gold bar away. You don't have it anymore. And so the borrower can default. Lightning Network doesn't have that default mechanism. This is not to say that Lightning Network is without risk. I just mentioned all the technical components to Lightning Network. So what if you mess up your node? You're going to lose your money. So it's not risk-free. That's important to say. But it's counterparty free. That is for sure. That's not semantics. The risk-free thing can get into semantics because oftentimes in the financial world we call U.S. Treasuries the risk-free asset or the risk-free rate. But in that case, risk is a matter of semantics because it's not risk-free because the government could theoretically default, and it's not risk-free because the price of that debt can go down when interest rates go up. So there are risks in everything as well as Lightning Network. And in March 2019, we saw the first example of an institution now tapping into my idea of Lightning Network-derived interest rates. And this graph that you see, March 2019, on the right side of the screen, is from BitMEX, the exchange that started a Lightning node back at the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, and they started becoming one of the biggest routers in the network. And guess what? They started to earn money. They started to earn Satoshis by routing. And we can see that they were earning up to 1% annualized yield if they had found the appropriate channel size. And they were experimenting at that time. So this is all to show you that the idea of Lightning Network derived income from routing is not new. It's actually 4 years old. But the nominal amount that people are earning is finally starting to get off of this de minimis amount. And people are very excited about this because it gives Bitcoin a new dimension that it didn't have before, where people are excited about the prospect of taking some of their Bitcoin, locking it into the Lightning Network, and trying to extract some Bitcoin-denominated income. Now, not everybody is going to be able to do this. I don't believe that Lightning Network is necessarily a hobbyist activity anymore as it was in 2018 because we have big players, but the barriers to entry are in fact zero. The only barrier is Bitcoin. You have to be able to put that Bitcoin into the network to extract income. But there is no banking license or permission to do this, just like Bitcoin. And that is part of what makes Lightning Network the true DeFi. We hear this word DeFi all the time to mean decentralized finance. But so much of the DeFi crap out there is counterparty based. Where does the yield come from? It's not exactly clear. In Lightning Network, it is crystal clear where the income comes from, actually down to every single Satoshi from each channel that you have open. And we have now a company that we wrote about at the Bitcoin layer very recently called Amboss. And Amboss has a product called Magma. And this is now a marketplace for these channels. So let's say you've set up a node and you've started to route Bitcoin and you've established yourself as a reliable routing node. You have channels open to give you like a wide cast across the network. And let's say one of these channels is something that you want to monetize now. You can actually participate in this network, advertise how much you're making from the channel, and then put it up into the marketplace. And that's how we get more and more price discovery, is through markets. So a Lightning Network marketplace for these routing channels is live. And we have startups that are building this out now. And I should also mention Lightning Labs has their pool protocol, which is another way to swap these channels, and a marketplace for channels. So we see Lightning Network channels becoming a financial instrument themselves with a yield and even a maturity. So right now, what you're looking at on the screen is the interest rate of these channels, the average interest rate of these channels through time. So we had a spike in June 22 up to 8%. But these numbers don't actually mean that much, right? Because something could have happened in June 22 where there was a spike in demand for Lightning Network routing, and it could be a one-off. So, you know, we have to take these data points with a grain of salt, understanding that this is a very young network. But the fact that the rates are non-zero, the fact that we have marketplaces now where there's real activity, to me signals that we are in for a lot of growth in Lightning Network routing economics as an actual activity, capital market activity. What tells me that we're headed for this type of growth? Basically, it's the growth of the Lightning Network itself. So we just passed about 4,500 Bitcoin in Bitcoin locked in the Lightning Network. And we get this data across nodes. They're great dashboards that give us this type of data, how much Bitcoin is in the Lightning Network. And with the Lightning Network the Lightning Network total capacity reaching 4,500 Bitcoin, it's only $100 million. It's really relatively small, but the nominal amount of Bitcoin is increasing. We actually just passed 4,000 Bitcoin a little earlier this year. So the growth in the amount of Bitcoin locked into the Lightning Network is clear. And the reason is also clear, because we need Bitcoin to be this dual functioning system, slow and secure, but also instant. So how do you have something that's slow and instant at the same time? You have these contracts, these smart contracts. And that is part of what attracted the entire Bitcoin ecosystem around Lightning Network back in 2018. Let me ask you this, how many of you guys knew what Lightning Network was before this talk today? Okay, thank you, this is wonderful. So let me ask you this then. How many competitors to the Lightning Network protocol, second layer Bitcoin, do you see walking around? None. Why is this? Why are there no competitors to Lightning Network? Because it's also an open protocol that is contractually based. And everyone read the contracts at the beginning, meaning the code, and there were 3 implementations of Lightning Network, so not centralized at all. 3 different startups with 3 different approaches to coding these contracts out. And then hundreds of startups all attach themselves to the Lightning Network by choice. They opted into it. And so Lightning Network will continue to grow because it has the consensus that Bitcoin also has, that we all can read. I can't read it, but the programmers can read the code and they can vouch that this is a sound monetary network. And 4 years later, we know for a fact now that Lightning Network isn't vaporware, as it was criticized for in 2017 when it didn't exist yet, that this is vaporware. No, it's real software. It works. I use Lightning Network all the time. I would say that over 80% of my Bitcoin transactions are done in Lightning now. Basically, nobody asks me to do an on-chain transaction. And these are, in the sub $100 range, right? Where we, I know that somebody has enough Bitcoin in their Lightning wallet that I can just say, hey, you want to pay me in Lightning, and the transaction is done instantly. No waiting for the blockchain or anything. So the adoption of Lightning Network, as well as the nominal growth of it, and as well as the startups that are building on Lightning Network, without any other competitor on the horizon, has me very excited about the future of Lightning Network. So Bitcoin itself has no yield, right? And so on this graph, you can see that cold storage Bitcoin is going to have the least amount of risk and return. And what you see on the screen here is a conceptualization of the risk curve in Bitcoin based off of a risk curve in the traditional dollar market, in which money in your mattress is going to have no return and no risk. And money with the US Treasury is going to have essentially de minimis risk and a little bit more return. Money invested in corporate bonds is going to have more risk than treasuries, also more return. That's why we have credit spreads that are positive. And beyond that, you have equities, which have more risk than fixed income instruments and more potential for return, because it's a call option on the income of that corporation, not just a promise to pay a fixed amount. So you have the upside. In Bitcoin now, we have a risk curve and a risk spectrum coming into fruition. And a lot of it has the same counterparty risk that, let's say, a corporate bond has. If you lend money to Apple at 3% for 5 years, Apple could definitely default, but they probably won't. That's the risk that you're willing to take to get that 3% yield, which would, let's say, be 0.5% more than if you would have lent to the US Treasury. So a lot of the instruments in Bitcoin that have yield have full counterparty risk, just as if you would lend money to a corporation. For example, off-chain lending, right? If I, let's say, through a platform, not to be named, but let's say through any platform, I am promised a 6% yield on my Bitcoin. And I read the fine print. How is this 6% of yield generated? Well, we take your Bitcoin and we lend it to somebody. They pay us 8%, and we'll take 2 and we'll give you 6. Okay. That is a risk. And what is the risk in lending money to this platform that's going to then lend it to a borrower? It's counterparty risk. Full exposure, and the money could easily disappear tomorrow, as we saw earlier this year with some of these crypto lending platforms that lent to large hedge funds and whatnot. The money could disappear, but the yield opportunities are there. This gives people the trade-off. What should I do with my Bitcoin? Hold it in the mattress or put it on a platform? Lightning Network now gives us something in between. It gives us the ability to earn yield without taking the counterparty risk. Again, it's not risk-free, but the risks are unique and quite unprecedented in finance. Try to rack your brain for a situation in which you could earn an income on an asset without ever having to relinquish it. And I'll wait, because it doesn't actually exist. There is nothing like it. And that is thanks to the hash time lock contract that Lightning Network is based off of. So before I take a couple questions, I want to mention one more thing that has me super amped on Bitcoin, and it's Taro. I've been hearing a few people talk about Taro over the last couple days. Taro is yet another protocol that can use Lightning to send anything through the network now. So Taro actually enables credit creation. Whether or not the instrument is fully backed or not doesn't actually matter, because an instrument that has a counterparty has default risk. So whether or not the instrument is reserved or fractionally reserved, now you can send through this Taro protocol an asset that isn't Bitcoin, let's say a stable coin, for example, or even an equity, a share of an equity, through the protocol, and all the network can see is that Satoshis are flying through. They don't actually see that other things are attached to it. This is what Taro allows for. Taro is a result of the Taproot addition to Bitcoin, which is another, again, like SegWit was, an upgrade to Bitcoin that once again increases the range of transaction types that we can do with Bitcoin. And so Taro can actually bring all the world's currencies to route through the Lightning Network. And that makes the channels in the Lightning Network that are well connected and well capitalized even more valuable than we could have imagined if it was just for routing Bitcoin. So what I'll be watching for over the next year or two is, what does Taro bring to Bitcoin that Lightning Network couldn't? And the tarot stuff is a little mind-bending, so I hope that people will subscribe to the Bitcoin layer and watch us watch this space and see just how much of the traditional financial system we can replicate on Bitcoin while still maintaining the security and the decentralization and the lack of counterparty risk that we have in Bitcoin. And I will open it up to a couple questions. Yes.
Not specifically related to your talk today, but a lot of us know you're a professor, I believe, or associate professor at USC, and that you used to teach bond, fixed income stuff, but now I think it's evolved into a digital asset course. So could you just give us a little bit of insight into how USC is kind of looking at the space?
Sure. So I'm an adjunct professor at USC Marshall School of Business. And in 2019, I started teaching applied finance in fixed income securities. That's my bond market course. And I teach the monetary system, interest rates, US Treasuries, and how to think about the bond market at USC. That class is still with me, and I teach it about once a year, sometimes to the undergrads and sometimes to the MBA students. I will be teaching that course again in January, and I hope to continue that course for many years to come. I love teaching the bond market, and I don't really involve Bitcoin in that course at all. It does get a tiny mention now because central bank digital currencies, even theoretically, are fixed income instruments. They're depository instruments with the central bank, and they wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Bitcoin. So Bitcoin gets a sneak mention in my bond class. But I've also connected with the university on my book, Layered Money, which the dean of Marshall School of Business read and enjoyed and wanted me to teach at USC. So after that conversation, I put together a course, pitched it to the university, and it was approved. So in January, I'll be teaching 2 courses at SC, my bond class, and then a class called Bitcoin and Digital Assets. That will be focused on the origins of Bitcoin, how it works, and how it fits into the financial system. And it will also compare Bitcoin to other cryptocurrencies and point out some of the differences. And it will also introduce central bank digital currencies and stable coins as digital assets. But the course is going to be focused on Bitcoin. I'm going to teach Lightning Network and a couple advanced topics on Bitcoin valuation as well. And I'm thrilled for the opportunity to do that. Thank you. Good. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate your time.
I got a couple announcements to make before you head out of here. You might want to hear this real quick. First of all, I couldn't do this without my wife, Kathy, who I've been married to for 40 years. So I want to make sure and give her a special thank you. She puts up with a lot of shitcoin stuff. A lot of shit stuff from me, not shitcoin. But tonight I want to make sure y'all know about the casino night. Another idea that was hers. I said it was stupid and everybody loved it. So thank you again, Kathy. But tonight we have a lot of great prizes. We really do more than we had last year, but you got to be here to win. So don't say, hey, I got to go eat or something and throw your coins in there and find out your number was called and you didn't win. You have to be here to win the prizes, and we have great prizes. So that's it. We're going to be back at 2:40, and I don't know who's speaking. I think Will's speaking there. I'm not sure. But we'll see you at 2:40. Oh, okay. I have the wrong card. Thank you. I know y'all are smart enough to figure this out. I mean, you know. And I'm an old boomer. Y'all just laughing at me. I know.
Gary, are we supposed to be able to take a picture of this code or something? What am I missing?
That's it.
This should pop up, right?
It pops up for me. I mean, I've had like 50 people use it. I know it works.
Monkey see, monkey do. I don't know why. I'd rather be dead than being cool. I don't know why. Every line has a rhythm. I don't know why. Let's move. Love is blind. I don't know why.
All right. Yeah. I'm just doing this one off the cuff. So I can't see the screen. Oh, can we go to the... Okay. So my name is Parker Lewis. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the head of business development at Unchained. I am introducing Will Cole, who is our chief product officer and my best friend since we were 3 years old. This is our picture from, we both grew up here in Austin, so Will's from Austin, Texas. Will and I are on, I guess it would be the left of this picture. Will's in the back with the red and white candy cane shirt, and I got this really creepy, like, kind of cheetah pattern. I don't know what was happening there. But this is just to make the point that Will and I both grew up here in Austin, went to Westlake Presbyterian High School, or preschool together, and have known each other our entire lives. And so I was asked to give an intro to Will. Never done this before, so I'm going off the cuff. But Will was an average baseball player in high school. He was a great catcher. He could throw somebody out at second base. Was the best there. Just couldn't swing the bat the way that he wanted to, the way that he hoped he could. And that is what brought Will to Bitcoin. But on a serious level, from a professional standpoint, Will was the chief product officer at Stack Overflow, was at Stack, joined very early on, helped Stack meet product market fit, build out Stack, decided that he was going to orange pill me, which he did successfully, in addition to Senator Lummis. And then I quit my job before he did, joined Unchained, and then I returned the favor back to him that when he was looking to leave Stack Overflow to get involved in Bitcoin full time, there were a number of attractive opportunities, but he wanted to work on private key ownership as a mission, and I wasn't going to let him get away. So with that, Will became our chief product officer. He's been at Unchained since 2019. And he's going to talk about the importance of private key ownership today and how to make your Bitcoin vanish, and the reverse is also part of the conversation. So with that, the average catcher, the phenomenal chief product officer, the great Bitcoiner, Will Cole.
All right. That was a little bit embarrassing, that picture. Thank you, Parker. Thanks, everyone here. I didn't see every talk. I tried to make as many as I could. I don't know if anyone said this yet, but I believe all of us in this room right now, and if I'm wrong, don't be a jerk and correct me. I'm just going to say it. I think that we're at the longest standing in-person Bitcoin meetup in the world right now. Do y'all know why that is? It's because in 2020, when the rest of the world shut down, and much of the United States, Gary had an opportunity around this time of the year in 2020 to not have this event. And instead of cowering away, he plowed ahead. We got together in person, we shared our stories, we taught each other things, and it was a wonderful thing. It also inspired a lot of us to further open our doors. So at Unchained Capital, we started hosting BitDevs again, and I'm forever indebted to Gary for doing that. I don't know where he is, but it's a wonderful thing. I'm glad to be here with you today at the longest standing in-person Bitcoin meetup in the world. All right, that's about as happy as this is gonna get. I'm gonna teach y'all how to make your Bitcoin savings vanish. And I can recognize that that's kind of a weird thing for me to be doing. You know, I work at Unchained Capital after all, and that's the opposite of what we try to do. But I do see people in the marketplace doing as much as they possibly can to make sure that they lose their Bitcoin savings. And many of you, since you're smart people, don't know how to do that. So I'm going to teach you how to do that. I also know that I need a little bit of credibility on this. So while I do professionally build tools to make sure that your Bitcoin doesn't vanish, I've been around Bitcoin for quite a while. So back in the early days, I found very inventive ways to make my Bitcoin savings vanish. I created paper wallets that were completely unusable, and the minute I deposited things, it was gone forever. I created brain wallets that I forgot. I sent Bitcoin to people that couldn't possibly send it back to me. I found lots of ways to make my Bitcoin savings vanish, mostly through technical ways, not the ways we're going to go through now. But trust me, I have credibility on this topic. There are a few inspirations for me in creating this talk. One is Parker, who just introduced me. He's the author of a great series called Gradually Then Suddenly. If you haven't read it, you should. And what you probably don't know is there is objectively a best one. They're all good, but there's a best one. It's called Bitcoin is the Great Definancialization. And as oftentimes was the case when Parker was writing these, he would ask me for an edit, and I would try to sneak something in. It never worked. My version of it was, if you're an electrician and you can't predict the next 3 earnings reports from Microsoft, you're a fucking idiot. Parker has a little bit of a different style than me, so that didn't make it in there. And of course, what I was trying to do was point out the absurdity that if you earn fiat money, that you can't just save it and have the same purchasing power the next year, the next month, whenever. But Parker turned it into a great treatise on risk. Financialization in our lives is hiding risk from us. Another piece of inspiration for this, and I don't know if Jevy's in here, I forgot who made this t-shirt. I get most of my wisdom from Alan Farrington, thank you. Alan Farrington made these t-shirts, and I get most of my wisdom from bumper stickers and t-shirts. This one says, but where does the yield come from? And I just want you to remember that because it's going to come up later in the talk. Where does the yield come from? All right, so first thing in helping you make sure that your Bitcoin savings vanish is we have to understand risk. And remember, I'm going to explain this, but we're going to try to maximize the amount of risk that we take in this case. The way I think about it is just the different layers of risk that you can take. The first thing I ask myself is, how are my Bitcoin keys stored? The next is, who is holding those keys? Where are those keys, like physically in the world? How were those keys generated? And who can claim ownership over those keys in different situations? So each one of those we could spend 20 minutes on, so I'm not going to go into every single one, but we're going to dig into a couple of them. But if you take all of them together, we're basically talking about counterparty risk. I find in talking at Unchained with our clients is that most people have a pretty good idea about what counterparty risk is, but maybe it's a little bit shallow. It doesn't mean a lot to them. I'll admit, in the early days of Bitcoin, I didn't have any money before Bitcoin. I wasn't working in the financial sector. So in 2014, when Mt. Gox is collapsing and everyone's saying, hey, you got to watch out for counterparty risk, I was like, yeah, you got to watch out for the counterparties and all the risks that they have. And didn't really understand what it was, but when I talk to people right now, they mostly think of it as like exchange hacks, right? That's the first thing they always say is, I don't want to keep my keys on the exchange because the exchange could be hacked. And that's true. It used to be way more true, but it's still true today. It's still a risk, but I would argue that it's not the best way for you to lose your Bitcoin savings, or it's not the most likely way you're going to lose your Bitcoin on an exchange. So who's holding the keys? You shouldn't have an actual orc from the Lord of the Rings hold your keys. I also could have picked, it's easy to beat up on Mark Capellas, but I could have put Jed McCaleb here. He actually invented Mt. Gox, right? He's the grifter, touched by an angel. He invented Mt. Gox, invented XRP, and then invented Stellar, and no one cares. Okay, anyway. So yeah, we have exchange hacks. I don't think it's the best way to lose your Bitcoin. It's probably social engineering, right? It's SIM swaps, we've heard about that. It's people doing phishing attacks on your exchange accounts. The reason this is one of the best ways to lose your Bitcoin savings, and remember, we are trying to lose our Bitcoin savings here, like everyone else seems to want to do in the marketplace. The reason it's the best way is because you are trading Bitcoin's native security properties, private public key pairings, multi-sig, for general internet network security, which isn't that secure, and we know that. So definitely social engineering, I think, is the top, when it comes to exchange risk. I would say regulatory capture is another one. People are becoming more savvy to this. We've heard about, Chinese banning Bitcoin mining and things like that. However, it doesn't take like a bad actor. It doesn't take like a person targeting Bitcoin in order to be exposed to regulatory capture. I'll give an example. 2014 to 2018 in the state of Wyoming. If you lived in the state of Wyoming and you used certain exchanges, let's call them Coinbase, if you bought Bitcoin in 2014, then they decided that their money transmitter license was not valid in the state of Wyoming. No one put pressure on them. No one told them they couldn't do any work. They just decided they weren't compliant. And so they had a compliance department that said, we can no longer act as a money transmitter in this state. So if you were a poor sap in Wyoming at the time, you had your Bitcoin frozen for 4 years. 4 years of forced hodling, which sounds awesome, I know, but is actually absolutely terrifying because it could happen anywhere, and it doesn't take an attack in order for that to happen. So I think regulatory capture, definitely something to worry about. There's also bankruptcy. Recently, an exchange, we'll call them Coinbase, released, I think, some updates to their, I think it was their terms of service or something, where they explained a little bit about what would happen in the event of a bankruptcy, where essentially, in some scenarios, you could be considered as a depositor on that exchange an unsecured creditor, which basically just means there's a whole line of people that are going to get their money back before you do in the value of the Bitcoin that you've stored there. So that's the exchange risk side. I know pretty much the crowd I'm talking to here. You don't need to hear me say not your keys, not your Bitcoin, but not your keys, not your Bitcoin. But now that's not even the coolest way to lose your Bitcoin. We're going to try to lose our Bitcoin today in a cool way. The cool way, the new way to lose your Bitcoin is to lend it out. All right, so who can claim ownership over your Bitcoin, part of that layer of risk? Yeah, so here you have lots and lots of different sites. I don't know, let's call them BlockFi, where you are enticed with 5%, 8%, 10%, 15% returns on your Bitcoin if only you'll give over your keys, which is a good idea if you want to lose it. Now, side note, what's funny about this is there was an exchange, I'm not going to do the joke again, but there was an exchange called Coinbase that put out a letter where they tried to come to the market with a product like this, like a yield-generating product, and they said, well, isn't this unfair? The SEC is attacking us, calling this a security. This isn't a security. This is just like your savings account, which totally isn't a security. Which is funny coming from a Coinbase compliance office because your savings account is a security. It is. It just has an exemption. It's just commercial banks have an exemption in securities law that they can offer these accounts. So I don't know how they missed that one, but they tend to miss a lot of things. Anyway, back to this. Okay, so you can earn 15% on your Bitcoin if you want to lend it out. But the question is, remember at the beginning from the t-shirt where we get all of our wisdom, is where does that yield come from? So it turns out they're not building skyscrapers. And for those of y'all here, this is a picture of a skyscraper in Austin that I have to apologize for. It's hideous. It's built, I think they call it the Jenga building, which is funny because in Jenga, the structure collapses and it's supposed to be like a terrible thing. But whatever, that's a skyscraper. But okay, they're not building buildings. I mean, when you, not to defend the fiat system, that's not what I'm trying to do here, but when you lend out your dollars, typically they're invested in businesses with business plans, businesses that can be underwritten by people who are trying to earn yield on the funds that you're depositing with them. And that practice has been going on for hundreds of years, and they have sophisticated people, supposedly, making a call to make sure that they can return yield back to you in your savings account. But that's not exactly what we do when we lend our Bitcoin out. So instead of building skyscrapers, or instead of, I don't know, building the next 20 Wendy's franchises with a business model that's understood, We do something even better in the world of lending Bitcoin. We don't have real businesses. We have can't miss trading strategies. Okay. Can't miss trading strategies are the key to earning yield on your Bitcoin if you want to lose it. Let me explain can't miss trading strategies to you. All right. So typically the people that come up with can't miss trading strategies, they live in places like Singapore or, I don't know, like Zurich or Malta or something like that, and they're really, really smart. And they come up with trading strategies that can't miss. Okay, but here's the thing. Institutional investors won't give them any money because these guys whose job it is to find opportunities to invest money into, trading strategies, they don't believe in can't miss trading strategies. They say these things don't exist. But these guys are really smart. So they go, okay, screw the institutional investors. They're dumb. They don't believe in can't miss trading strategies. You know who might is people lending their Bitcoin on places like, I don't know, BlockFi or Celsius. Because those people don't ask pesky questions like, where's the yield coming from? They don't do things like due diligence. And so they can offer their can't miss trading strategies to retail investors, which is a great way for you to lose your Bitcoin. And that's what we're here to do. Okay, so what is a can't miss trading strategy? Let's do like an example of one. We're gonna make up some names here just to protect the innocent. All right, so say I have Bitcoin and I want to earn yield and I believe in can't miss trading strategies. I would give my Bitcoin to, say, a company like BlockFi, and BlockFi would then go in search of really smart people with can't miss trading strategies. They would find a company like something called 3 Arrows Capital with some gruesome virgins out in Singapore that make can't miss trading strategies. And then they take that Bitcoin and they look for an investment. What's a can't miss trading strategy? It's paper Bitcoin, because obviously paper Bitcoin's better than actual Bitcoin. So they go to this thing called GBTC. It's paper Bitcoin, and lo and behold, this thing that's obviously worse than Bitcoin trades at a premium to actual Bitcoin, maybe 20 or 30%. Okay, so what they figure out is like, this can't miss, right? We have this thing that's obviously worse than Bitcoin. We're gonna put our Bitcoin into it. We're gonna get this piece of paper. It's gonna trade at 20 or 30% premium, and then everyone's gonna be happy. We're just gonna do this over and over again. And when you have a can't miss trading strategy, the best thing you can do is do it over and over and over again. So let's take that paper Bitcoin, which is worse than actual Bitcoin, use it as collateral to get new Bitcoin, and do the trade again and again and again. Because in can't miss trading strategies, nothing can go wrong. In this case, something actually did go wrong, unfortunately. So it turns out, in a can't miss trading strategy, like getting arbitrage on Bitcoin, paper Bitcoin in this case, is that that premium goes from a premium to not so good of a premium, 30% to 10% to 0 to a discount. And when you have a discount, now all of a sudden that piece of paper that you bought for your Bitcoin is worth less than the actual Bitcoin that you put into it, which is great in our case because we're trying to lose our Bitcoin savings, and this is a great way to do it. So, the three can't miss trading strategies don't come along all the time, so that one blew up, right? We saw it, Celsius, 3 Arrows Capital, BlockFi. I have to give them credit, to be honest. They found a bailout in a bigger company where they made the retail investors whole-ish, right? And they only wiped out $5.5 billion of equity value. So, safe for now, but they're still offering the same yields and the same can't-miss trading strategies right now. The only other thing that you might do, like, if that trade blew up and you can't earn yield through it anymore, how else could you earn yield on your Bitcoin? Well, what do people do with your lent Bitcoin? When you give them Bitcoin, they short it. And if we know anything about can't miss trading strategies, is that an asset that appreciates over 100% a year on average is an excellent opportunity to short. Can't miss. So that's where you're getting your yield from now. Okay, so wrapping up the layers of risk idea here is key storage, where it's stored, who's holding the keys, we went into that, don't give it to actual goblins, where the keys are in the world, how are those keys generated, and who can claim ownership over them. And the idea in all this is you want to bundle up as much risk as possible in order to lose your Bitcoin, and right now, a lot of people in the marketplace seem content on doing exactly that. Okay, I'm gonna change gears. See, it kind of worked. It's hard to be sarcastic for 15 minutes straight, but okay. I said a few things there, especially about like securities laws and stuff like that. I wanted to clarify that I'm not a narc, and I'm not actually trying to, simp for, the SEC up here on stage. But what I do want to say is that I've seen a lot of Bitcoiners take heat for this on Twitter and social media when they say things like, Bitcoin's not a security, a lot of things are. I don't see a lot of people begging for enforcement from the SEC on all these other projects, but we get blamed for doing stuff like that. But fraud exists. Like, fraud is real. And when you target people that you don't have to disclose to, when you promise them something for nothing, you're committing fraud. I think we should all talk about that and be open about it. In my day-to-day life, I don't try to help people lose their Bitcoin. I try to help them do the exact opposite of that. And I'm going to abuse my time on stage here a little bit. Some of you might have gotten an email from me in the last 30 minutes, hour or so, is we're trying at Unchained Capital to help people not lose their Bitcoin and avoid a lot of the counterparty risk and layers of risk that we just described here. And as our business has grown over time, we're mostly known as a custody, place where you can be sovereign over your own Bitcoin. You get 2 keys, we get 1. You have unilateral control over your funds. That's a great thing. But all those Bitcoin, as our platform has grown over the years, they came from somewhere. At some point in their life cycle, they had to be bought, right? They had to be purchased in most cases. So we decided to do something where, while there's a million places you can buy Bitcoin right now, if all of that Bitcoin is finding its way to our custody model and collaborative custody where our clients are in unilateral control over their funds, how do we make them start their journey there? So, the fun thing today is that we are releasing our trading product to 29 states in the United States. We're going to be getting all 50 as soon as we can. Yes, thank you. The way it works is very simple. We don't even allow you to lend out your Bitcoin, so don't worry about that. No, you buy Bitcoin through us. It gets deposited directly to cold storage with keys that you control. You get to avoid the counterparty risk that exists on exchanges. There are no withdrawal limits. How could there be? It's your Bitcoin, it's your keys. There are no hold periods. There are no third parties involved. We face you, our clients, directly on a principal basis. Our liquidity partners, you don't know who they are, they don't know who you are, you only deal with us. And when you send money in and execute a trade, the next time we're signing, that Bitcoin goes directly to cold storage with keys that you control. And the goal of this, ultimately, is have the fastest final settlement of Bitcoin in your hands possible in the world. That's what we'll be working towards for the next year. Hopefully you won't lose any Bitcoin. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. I think I left an extra 4 minutes here. I didn't really nail the can't miss trading strategies, I think. I didn't say that enough, but we have time for questions.
I got one for you. My name's Dan. In the category of losing your Bitcoin savings that you think you have, what would you say about exchanges who are selling claims to Bitcoin that they don't have, right? So in other words, like there are miners here at this conference, I know for a fact, who were solicited by exchanges several months ago about trying to source some Bitcoin because they didn't have it, right? I wonder how that unwinds at some point. And I wonder, in other, or maybe it's like essentially a bank run on maybe a big, proof of keys day or
Are
something.
you insinuating that the exchanges are like fractional in this case? That there are
I
claims?
certainly am, even if they're not offering a lending thing. So at some point, maybe that unwinds somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I have no proof and no knowledge of any exchange being fractional. You have to assume it's true, right? That some exchanges out there are representing balances that they don't actually have, and you don't know until people try to pull out, Bitcoin that they can't get. How does that unwind? I don't know. We've had little moments like this of, Trace Mayer, R.I.P. He used to do the proof of keys day, and that was a pretty big pressure on the exchanges. Not enough to actually cause like a run or anything to prove one is actually fractional, but there is going to come a time, right, when someone goes, and this happens anytime you give someone else unilateral control over your funds, and you go and ask for it back, and either they refuse to give it to you or they just don't have it. How does it unwind? Probably unwinds as it's a one-way street. Self-custody, like once people take self-custody, they don't go back. It's a one-way street of draining Bitcoin from centralized exchanges into self-custody. And our estimates at Unchained Capital, as we look at this, is that that is indeed happening. So it's going to take time, but eventually the game's up. Excuse me.
Hey, Wells. Okay. So how does your expansion into offering exchange services affect what I guess used to be or still is your OTC desk? And for those clients who need to adjust collateral positions and things like that, like, do you see this working out in a change of their experience in any way?
No. Well, yes, in a certain way. Is that if you're using the OTC desk right now, so the OTC desk is very much an OTC desk where we have high minimums, $50,000 minimums to purchase. Not many people can do that, we understand that. But as we were gathering money transmitter licenses around the United States, excuse me, we were able to bring those prices down. So if you're already buying with us, you already have a vault, you can go to your vault right now, you'll see the Buy Bitcoin button, you've already been approved for trading, you can just start trading right now. You don't have to interface with our traders, you don't have to send Telegram messages, encrypted chat, anything like that. But if you're still doing really high, value purchases, in some cases, I think it's over $150,000, $200,000 right around there, you'll still interface with our traders. Anything else? Oh.
Well, just to quickly clarify, do you think that this will bring any more liquidity to what your traders have visibility to? Increase liquidity in any way? Or
No. That's not how our liquidity works. We work with OTC providers around the United States. We have, right now, when we face you directly on a principal basis, we're actually selling you our Bitcoin from our balance sheet. And then we go and find more Bitcoin to fill that up later. We're still doing that. It's the exact same mechanism. Yes, yeah. Or two more, yeah.
Well, the fees for this new service, is it similar to the IRA, like the 50 basis points?
Yeah, we have like a cascading fee arrangement where I believe it's anything under, I'm gonna butcher it a little bit, so someone's gonna correct me, but it's something like, under 5,000, it's one, so smaller purchases, higher fee. By the time it goes from 1% to 75 basis points to 50 to 25. So, if you're buying 20,000, I think it's like, or 25,000, it's like 50 basis points. Yeah.
Thank you. Changing subjects, possibly, but I didn't get a chance to ask the senator a question that I think could be valuable to the room, where a lot of us are from different states. Are there any legislative action items that, as Bitcoiners, we need to be taking back to our individual legislatures to try to get states in front of problems? Do you have any advice for us?
Sure. There's a lot of states, in the state of Wyoming, this is on a state level, not on a federal level. There was Tyler Lindholm, who's in here somewhere, created the Wyoming Blockchain Task Force. They, I think, passed, 27 bills? 32 bills. All right. And when I talk to others in the state of Texas, Nevada, Arizona that are trying to do similar things, they're copying and pasting, right? And they're putting it through their own state legislators. So if there's something you like there, I mean, this is open source law. You can take it to your own legislators. I'll let you go talk to Tyler about that. On the federal level, it's what Cynthia asked before, which is there's a bill out there right now. It's open for comment. It needs to get support. It needs to be changed to make sure that industry and individuals have good outcomes from it. I think that's the best thing to do. All right, thank you all.
Gary asked me to do some work before I speak, but didn't think it was going to be this complicated. I guess. Is this good? In the morning, everybody. Anybody here listen to the No Agenda show? Yeah, okay, so you guys know what's coming up next, right? Very exciting being asked to introduce Adam Curry. I'm a Bitcoiner and also a producer of the No Agenda show. Been listening about 10 years. Who here listens to podcasts? Yeah. Right, everybody, huh? Well, the guy that's coming up next, he invented them. I think he's probably one of the most underappreciated. He's done more for Bitcoin than I think many other people. I mean, like next to Satoshi, really, where would Bitcoin be without the podcast medium, without the ability to get all of this amazing information out there and spread and not worry about censorship? He invented podcasting. Apple, was a good steward of it for a while, and then they started canceling people. They started removing people, deplatforming. And he came back and said, well, okay, now podcasting 2.0. Then kind of discovered Lightning and integrated Lightning into the new podcast protocol, which is the value for value model, which allows you to stream Bitcoin, like all the whole micropayment dream that we've all been pumping, thinking about, waiting for with what Bitcoin can enable. Well, I think this is going to be the killer app that really allows that vision to manifest. But a lot of what it is it's about connection and just talking to people here. This is my 5th BitBlockBoom, so 5 for 5. I got the pin here. Gary's such a badass, man. Like, high times COVID, Will mentioned it. Just being able to come here August 2020 and just get together with people. I think it was the only thing that was happening in the whole country, right? And there was a lot of hate coming down. It took a lot of courage for him to stand up. So, Gary, thank you for your courage. Yeah, right, yeah. He's a legend, absolute legend, this guy. And Jimmy Song was actually talking about earlier, like how, we have to have the courage to stand up and call the bullshit out. Call out, all the nonsense. So that's what it takes. And, I feel like I'm at home when I come to these events. I can go, it's really incredible. It's all about this connection, right? I can go anywhere in the world and either drop into a Bitcoin meetup or a no agenda meetup, right? This podcast, it's quite a phenomenon. Somehow they've managed him, Adam Curry and his co-host John C. Dvorak have managed to create this community, and the Bitcoin community and the no agenda community they share a lot, not values, but values, but also it unites people around noticing that something's wrong. When no agenda is like, well, my whole life growing up, I thought something was wrong with me, right? Like this just doesn't make sense. The media doesn't make sense. What people are telling me, what I'm being fed is just it's just wrong. It doesn't feel right. And, the way that they're able to, break down kind of what's happening without an agenda behind it, just two guys sitting around talking, trying to figure out what's going on. And then there's Bitcoin, which is we recognize something's wrong with the money, something's not right. And the biggest revelation is it's not us. We're not broken. It's them. That's broken. And so to get these two groups of people united around a common cause, and it doesn't matter what your interests are, or who you are, or I know that I can go anywhere and meet up with people who listen to the No Agenda show, or meet up with people who are into Bitcoin, and it's like we've been friends for 5 or 10 years. So it's connection. It's all about connecting people. There's a lot of loneliness out there, and I've never been happier. COVID has been fantastic for me. It's the best 2 years of my life. All the annoying people kind of went away, and I feel like I had the whole world to myself. It's really it's a great honor to be able to introduce Adam, and it's the value for value model. I think is the future of media, and just being able to support the people that are doing it right, as opposed to being stuck with these dinosaurs of media. So without further ado, I would like to, you ready, Adam? All right. Introduce the Podfather. Thank you. Sure. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jason. Hey, how you all doing? I heard at least 3 no agenda in the mornings over there. We got something in here. My voice is a little tired. I just came back from 3 days in Dallas, something I rarely ever do, at the podcast movement conference. For those of you who heard about the controversy there this year, I survived the Ben Shapiro massacre. I am alive. For those who don't know what happened, it's actually interesting because this was a meltdown of a fiat institution. It was fiat as fuck there. Very disappointing for me. And it's important to know because corporations are under capture. They are capturing institutions. I think everyone knows about ESG, environmental social governance. You've probably heard a lot of that, maybe even in regards to Bitcoin. This is a new metric that corporations, certainly public corporations, are being held to certain standards for their involvement, their stakeholder capital, basically their virtue signaling in environmental, social, and governance issues, which is green energy, LGBTQIAPK+, BIPOC. Actually, it's now just BIPOC, in this case, a podcast movement. I'll explain why. And then, of course, governance, which basically means women. Or no men, let's put it that way. It was really, they had quotas for how many white guys could be on stage. It was really ridiculous. But the problem was they had, so what this conference has become after Gary sold it very wisely, what has become is big corporations trying to check off these ESG boxes by finding podcasts to advertise on that are about green energy, are about BIPOC issues specifically, and women, anything but men. And so they have 1,000 consultants at this thing, just running around trying to find people. And so this money is just a whole fiat piece of shit, and no one's even listening to these podcasts. So there's really no advertising money that's going to what we see as, podcasting. We can make so much money with advertising, inserted ads. No. And I've had quite a journey in the past 2 years as I've rediscovered Bitcoin and discovered the Lightning Network. I've come to a place in my life now at 58 next week where I'm living the new international lifestyle, which I call value for value. And I believe I have a clicker here. Exactly, there we go. So what is value for value? It's a monetization model, a content format, and a way of life. And the monetization model is really interesting when you take it from the fiat world and then bring it into the digital world. We did that with podcasting, and it really is a great way for people to understand the value of Bitcoin, the value of their own time, and how they value things in general. You know, the Silicon Valley model of valuing media is, you work for us, you give us the content, we make the money, fuck you, you get nothing. That's the basic model of Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, etc. Now, of course, you can monetize in some ways on YouTube if you play by the rules, you know, because advertising and sponsorship is basically censorship, even if it's just not being allowed to talk about the competing product. And you have to be brand safe for everything, otherwise you'll never make it. So we needed a new way to value content outside of this is my favorite example. Silicon Valley decided every song is 99 cents if you want to buy it. Who made it up? Steve Jobs, arguably. If you ask me, the Beatles, I Want to Hold Your Hand, which I think is one of the best love songs ever written, it's 99 cents. Shit, man, I'll pay $99 every single time I get to play that loud. But I'm never asked. I'm forced into a path. This thing is turned into a content format, which means you can actually base your media around it and integrate this monetization model, this way to make money, this way to receive value for the value you've given in a very effective way. So podcasting really flipped the scarcity-based economy of radio broadcasting on its head. We used to have only radio stations. Their airwaves were either owned by the government or leased by the government to corporations. That's still done that way, which means they have exclusive access, which means they have walled gardens, they have the guardrails, they are the gatekeepers. They get to determine, they get to price things because they create scarcity, and it's also on a regular 60-minute clock, so you can't really do more at one time. It's linear. Podcasting, of course, changed that by going from a economy of scarcity to one of abundance. Now we have, at this point, over 4 million podcasts. So you'd really think that the ad rates would come down to almost zero, and they have for everybody except for the aforementioned groups. It also really messed with the linear nature of radio. Now you could listen to your favorite radio program or something like it at any time you want at your convenience. So it really changed how we value our time. It's like, you know, I can do something else in the morning if I can listen to this podcast at a different time, or I can determine when I want to listen to podcasts. I got something extra. So in Bitcoin, we know about, you know, your time and your value preference. It kind of matches a little bit with podcasting. These are mine, actually. I find sleep very valuable. Educational content I value pretty high. Entertainment, usually low. Sometimes it can be high, but drive time, man, when I'm in the car, I can do two things. All of a sudden, I have all this extra time that's incredibly valuable, this medium that we've created. So let me tell you where value for value comes from. After I invented podcasting with Dave Weiner in 2006, Steve Jobs called me and said, Adam, I want to put podcasting into iTunes and on the iPod, is that okay? And I went, fuck yeah, let's do that. It's a good idea. And he actually reciprocated. He hooked me up with some venture capital guys, actually Kleiner Perkins, Sequoia. It was really exciting to meet all these big VC people. And we're talking now 2006. And he helped me get meetings, and we set up a podcast network. I really thought that, and Steve Jobs agreed with me at the time, I thought that advertising would work. I thought, this is going to be great. You know, we'll change advertising. We'll make it a little different than what they're used to. Well, we raised $65 million, failed really spectacularly, didn't really ever complete that mission. And that's mainly because YouTube came out and, you know, they controlled pretty much, podcasting was even suppressed until people had been binging Breaking Bad for, you know, days and days on end, and then this podcast called Serial came out, which was a great idea. It was true crime, but you couldn't listen, you couldn't binge it. You had to wait for the next episode next week. People were like, holy shit, oh my God, I can't wait. So it ignited something, and then people got into podcasts. So when we started, we knew that we could not do advertising. And this is 15 years ago when John C. Dvorak and I started No Agenda. It was just two dudes who were deconstructing media, actually I was in London at the time, he was in San Francisco. We knew that we couldn't do advertising because we could never talk about the things we're going to talk about that would be brand safe or brand friendly or brand appropriate or any of that. So we decided to ask people, after it became a little bit of work for us, hey, you should pay us. And we said, why don't you do $5 a month? And considering that in any of these models, really only 4% of your audience will take action, you know, $5 a month from 4% of the audience at the time was very disappointing. It wasn't going to make it work for us. And we said, and we were very open with the audience we had at the time, we said, that's not going to work. Do you actually value this at all? Send us whatever you think the show is worth. The next show, we got a lot of people, $5. We got a lot of people sending $50, and some people sending $500 from one ask. I'm like, oh, okay, we never look back. This is something new. What is going on here? And it turns out, if you ask people to value what you're giving them at that very moment, an example would be, you've been listening to this show for 2 hours. My wife is actually a semi-retired communications professional, and she just retired from Chief Communications Officer at Ronald McDonald House Charities here in Central Texas in Austin, which you should support, by the way, if you live in Austin, because a lot of new families coming in, they'll need the help. And she said to me, you know, the number one reason why people don't donate to a charity, they weren't every single day in some place around the world, multiple meetups, all arranged by the audience. And we called this value for value. So what are you doing for the value you get out of the show? I put up your website. What are you doing? I sent you $5. What are you doing? I sent you 10,000. It happens. So we talked about the ask. The most important part of this model, which is where really the media content format comes in, is acknowledge. So instead of ad breaks, we'll take the top financial supporters, $200 or above, $200 to $300, you become an associate executive producer, just like those fucks in Hollywood. You can look it up on IMDb. There's a lot of big names who have a no agenda credit. $300 or above, you're an executive producer. You aggregate over 12, over any time you make $1,000 in total, you become a knight. Why should the queen get to do that? You get a knight ring, you get a signet ring with sealing wax, the whole deal. And people love it, and it's become it's a very organically gamified system, but that feedback loop, we literally will thank people, tell everyone how much it was, and read their note. And the note is often another piece of wonderful content that someone just wants to share. We can redact if we want to, but you add in the fact that they're paying you. It's a great fucking system. 15 years, it's been working very, very well. So a little history. A little over 2 years ago, and I'd just been doing the show with John. I'd really kind of dropped out of the podcasting industry. Now we know why. And something really weird happened. Apple had basically become the central index of all podcasts. And every independent podcast app was tied into their database because it turns out to be kind of hard. Takes a lot of horsepower, crunching power to aggregate 4 million podcast feeds, when they're updated. It's a lot of work, and my buddy Dave Jones and I, we have a lot of 10 years of experience basically in messing around with feed aggregation. And Apple decided to, even though they've been great stewards of podcasting for 10 or 15 years, they decided to deplatform some podcasts. And it's irrelevant which ones they were. The interesting thing was when they removed it from Apple's podcast app, it fell away from all of the podcast apps because they've become kind of the centralized place. Where it used to be podcasting, all you need is a web server, an MP3 file, an RSS feed, which is just a text file that tells an app what to do with it, and that's all you need. You didn't need permission from anybody. Now all of a sudden, you couldn't be in any apps. And I said, all right, stop, this has to change. So I called my buddy Dave up. I said, let's take this away from Apple. We'll build an independent index. We did. It's called podcastindex.org. And we'll offer a free API. And any software developer who wants to do anything can come right in. And let's have a good time. We're going to do it value for value, which means we fund it from our own pocket. We have a podcast called Podcasting 2.0. It's kind of the board meeting of the project. And we solicit value for value donations. It's running perfectly fine. added to that that there was financial deplatforming going on. This is really evil stuff. So if you can't participate in advertising and you have PayPal or Patreon and someone complains about you to the right people, done. And this happens to all kinds of businesses. You know, we all know this probably in this room. So I thought, how can we make something that is just as immutable as the index for the payment system? And I'd been told I needed to check. Actually, it was Dennis Parker, Dutch Bitcoin consultant, said you should look at Lightning. So I'm looking at Lightning. They get me a Raspberry Pi, build a Blitz. I look at LSATs, LNURL Pay, and then I see Lightning. I said, oh man, I can actually broadcast money over this network. I don't need permission to send money to someone. If their node is not online, they may not receive it, but I can send it to someone without permission. That's almost exactly the same as broadcasting, so I understand this. So we built a system called streaming value for value. So every minute you can determine you send an X amount of sats to the podcast that you're listening to. And the default, I think, is 50. I do about 200 sats a minute. And that's just, and you can change it per podcast. I want to send a little bit more. And so literally in real time, I'm getting MP3 bits in, I'm sending value back at the same time. Beautiful. Then we added the boost functionality and the boostograms, which is, you can almost say it's like YouTube Super Chat, because you can be listening right in the app. This is a great moment. Hit 1,000 sats, confetti spews, the money goes off. You want to send more, want to send a message, hold it down, you get to type in a message, and that all shows up on the podcaster's end. We added to that the ability to split these payments at the podcaster end. So if you have a producer, a co-host, you borrowed money from your mom for the studio, a promoter, you can give everybody, you can say this Lightning address gets 50%, this Lightning address gets 30%, etc. And it's no one's in between. It's direct from the listener to the podcaster. Another part of this is we wanted to help the software developers. Are any software developers here? Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, let's hear it for the software developers, please. So you guys, you were getting screwed all these years. Surprise. You weren't in the deal flow. You weren't in the Rogan deal flow if you made a podcast app. You didn't get any of that ad money. No, you had to give it away for free, beg people for $2.99 premium features, or do advertising or track people and do other creepy shit. It's for love. So we made it so that now when you're using an app, let's say you use Fountain or Podverse or CurioCaster, there's 58 apps and services now using this protocol. The Apple site right there. This is a free app. We suggest 3% of each transaction. That would be value for us. It'll be added on top. Your podcaster still gets what they want. If you want to do 3%, 2%, 1%, 0%, up to you. If you're not giving us anything, please ask yourself why you're using our app. It clearly has no value to you. The end result is everybody gladly gives 3, 4, 5% to the app they're using. Finally, software has a way to make money in these things. Very exciting. And what it does is it puts you, the listener, at the center of the market. You know, no longer are you fighting with Silicon Valley's pricing or whatever fiat systems are hovering around taking your money. I mean, you give something to any Silicon Valley, to anything connected to Silicon Valley, they take 30%. I mean, it's a fucking ripoff. So you get to be the determiner of what is valuable to you, and you get to reward and send value back based on your terms, whenever you want or don't want. So this kind of brings me to where I see it as a lifestyle. It's these parallel systems. So we have that shit show up in Dallas where people are shoving money into places that is just virtue signaling, makes no sense, doesn't help the industry at all. We've built, that's actually a link. I don't know if you can hit that peer nodes link for me, because you can see the Lightning Network of Podcasting 2.0. If you go to gopodcasting.org, you'll see it. It's a phenomenal network that is part of the Lightning Network, but we've kind of strung everything together with zero-base fees, made it easy for microtransactions to go back and forth, these little pieces of value payments that people are sending to podcasters and the splits that they have in there. So I think we need to be able to do this kind of value for value, not necessarily open-ended pricing, But this is a great way to onboard people because I have this Bitcoin, this little, I get some, maybe I bought some through Cash App, put it into my podcast wallet. I kind of know what that's worth to me. And it makes people think about value. What am I really doing? People think, not for 2 seconds about a $5 Starbucks. Oh, I got to pay for an app? Oh, they'll send money to a podcast? No. So now they're really starting to get an understanding for the value. And I think with this comes, as Jason was saying, physicality, people who understand Bitcoin or really understand the value for value in podcasting, they tend to hook up very easily. So podcasting is one parallel system, which happens to be probably the one literal free speech avenue left, probably one of the last ones. And it's mainly about speech, so it is a freedom of speech that you can do because no one can stop it, and they haven't been able to capture it for almost 20 years. So now we see the lifestyle coming together. We have a big food problem in the world. You've seen what's going on in the Netherlands. You saw what happened in Sri Lanka. It's all ESG driven, strangely enough. Really, the idea is you should not be eating beef. That's really what it comes down to. Mainly, you should eat bugs. I saw a great story yesterday that's controversy over windmills. I'm not against wind and solar as long as you got some Bitcoin miners there to regulate your grid. It'll be good. Yes. Crazy to me that no one sees how obvious that is. The windmills, these blades break. They have an 8-year life cycle. There was literally a report on ABC the other day. Don't worry about the carbon that went into making those windmill blades. Don't worry about it when they break because we figured out a way to turn them into gummy bears. So you'll be eating bugs and windmills. It's like, what? So Texas fed the country several times after wars mainly with our beef. And when you debase the currency, eventually you're going to debase your food, and we're there. Just look at all the genetically engineered, bioengineered food ingredients that you have in your food. They literally are putting cricket powder now into products, and they put it on, it has different names. But when I hooked up with Texas Slim, you may have seen him around. It was actually Marty Bent, who will be on right after this. Marty said, Adam, you got to listen to this guy. I'm like, this is a cowboy. Look at this guy. He's great. And he truly is a cowboy. After breaking, every bone in his body, breaking his neck, he tried to slow down a little bit on the rodeo circuit. And he said, wow, we have such a problem with food and with particularly the children. 47% of American children are obese. 1 in 2 will get diabetes. And what is going on? Well, it's really education, of course, about the food that we're eating, but our beef that we make here in Texas is not what you buy in H-E-B. That's being shipped off to China. That's being sold as luxury, fantastic product, which it is. We're getting stuff that's either coming from Australia. There's a cattle drive that happens every year. It happens in South America. They drive these cattle all the way up, and then they're eventually processed by only 4 of the big ones, JBS, Cargill, I forget the other 2 criminals. And so really the rancher is disconnected from the whole supply, certainly disconnected from the consumer. And so Slim's a rancher. He says, and this is actually how he sold me on the idea. I said, Adam, I'm 6th generation rancher. Let me show you this picture. This is my great-grandparents. What do you see? I said, well, the clothes are a little outdated, but they look pretty good. He said, look at how they look. They look healthy. They're strong because they ate beef. Go to Houston now. Just walk on the street. Go to Dallas, just walk on the street. Austin's going to get there too. So we're becoming obese, and it's because our food has literally been debased. You can get ground beef at H-E-B, and if you do a DNA test, there could be 2,000 different animals in that ground beef. TexasBeefInitiative.com. So what Slim did, thanks to Marty and the Oshi app, he said, we're going to use that. Was that for Marty or Oshi? Oshi. Marty, okay. We're going to take that connection, that thing that we have with Bitcoin, and we're going to use that to connect people to ranchers. So Slim has been out there saying, hey, look, ranchers have proof of work, just like Bitcoin. So let's take our proof of work, exchange it for your proof of work, and now they just got their full first coin over at K&C Cattle in Austin, and they're spreading out to Tennessee, to Colorado. We're going to be in Georgia in September. There's still a couple of tickets available for that if you want to support the Beef Initiative. Fantastic. This is the way. This is the new international lifestyle. You meet the rancher, you meet the cows. He tells you how it works. Then when you go home, you take a quarter, a half, whatever, how much of a cow you want. It's all cut up nicely. You get your freezer, put it next to your S19s, you're good to go. I only have S9s, but they are in the same room. So the slog, or what I think we need to do to build out this international lifestyle. So Slim is doing food intelligence. Me and Dave and everyone at Podcasting 2.0, protecting and enhancing it to make it better, make the payment system better, everything we can do to enhance it with features. I think schooling can be done in a value for value manner with Bitcoin as a common system. I had this on my slide, this concierge or telemedicine. So the crowd health guys are here. They have a very similar story. They're using Bitcoin and Bitcoiners to crowdsource for health insurance, which I think is a really interesting idea. I'm all in. I would really love to try that. So I guess the question is, you here today, what's your role in all of this? Can we all start to live this way? What else can we do to build these parallel systems? Because I don't think we can change stuff politically that easily right now. It's very good that we see school boards, city councils, and that, by the way, is, as I said, I'm almost 58. That's my fault. In the 80s and 90s, we were like party, making money, rock and roll. I was at MTV. School board for some loser who couldn't figure out a better gig, obviously. And then we grow up, like, fuck, what happened? So we need to be local, and support your neighbors who may want to run for something small and local. That's what it really comes down to. So whenever you're thinking about what can be done with Bitcoin and this understanding that we have together as Bitcoiners, that may be your role in what I think is the new international lifestyle. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Are there any questions? I guess we have time for a few if anyone has one. I love the standing ovation, but no questions? I will be around. Oh, you have a question? Okay. Sure, man.
I know you were on with, is this on?
No, it sounds like it's not on.
I know you were on with Rogan, who I really like listening to, and I feel like he's on the verge of being a Bitcoiner, but just he doesn't know it yet. And so I was just wondering, obviously you were on the show.
Yeah.
You probably are at least acquaintances, potentially friends. When can we get Safe on there, or Sailor, or Batia, or someone, or even you again to talk more about Bitcoin?
Thank you for asking this question, because I've been on Joe's show 4 times now, actually 3. The second time we both got so high that I don't want anyone to watch that episode. I brought him to Austin. He wanted to go to Dallas, and no, come to Austin. And then I moved out to Fredericksburg. Good luck. So every single time I've been on Joe Rogan Experience, I always bring up Bitcoin one way or the other. And in my own way, I'm trying to orange pill him. There's 2 things I'll say about it. One, it's very interesting how after an appearance, this is the typical Bitcoin comment. Hey man, you should get that person on. God, you didn't do it right. Where's this guy? A little bit like you asked, but just in a different tone of voice. Sorry about that, sound engineer. As we all know, you have to figure out Bitcoin yourself. You have to. And so I've just been giving Joe little pieces, and the last time I was on, something really strange, but something really big worked for him. And I said, he said, well, it seems like Bitcoin, Ethereum, the 2 big ones. I said, look, Joe, here's the main difference. Bitcoin doesn't have a CEO. And that got him to a place. I understand. I'd love the Saifedean on Rogan. Sailor, be fantastic. Nobody controls what Joe does. I have to say, pretty based, what he did with Zuckerberg. I think that was pretty important just to see how these fiat systems run and how they're intertwined with government intel agencies. Joe is going to get there. You just have to give him the time. He is actually very, very careful. And honestly, I don't know if he even gets it yet. But when he does, we'll all know. It's not a matter of forcing it on him. He has to do the work himself. And if he's not interested, then he'll never get it. But he is one of the smartest guys I know. So he may be holding back. I don't know. Maybe he's ready for the ETH staking thing. Who the hell knows what he's doing? I hope not. So I hope that answers your question.
In the morning?
In the morning to you.
Speaking of one of the smartest guys, that doesn't get Bitcoin, your co-host, John C. Dvorak. I mean, I love the guy. I really do. He just seems to think still like government should print a little bit of money to maintain the economy, and he still seems to me like he's kind of in that boat. I know a lot of people that are just kind of in the retirement era and it's just not for them. Do you see him coming around at all?
That's a great question. People who know what that means. And I've talked to John about this, of course, because I would love nothing more than to really go head on with Bitcoin donations. We'll take pretty much anything: PayPal, cash, bank transfer, gold coins, pretty much anything except for that. And John is a bit older than I am. You're right, he's actually past the retirement age, still going strong. We thank God for that. There's two things at play here. One, yes, he is very afraid of the tax situation because it's a little more complicated in his mind, receiving donations. We have a veto. It's just the two of us. If one of them throws the veto, the other one respects it. But it doesn't mean it can't keep trying. And in fact, on the show the other day, I said, buy one Bitcoin, I'll cover your loss. I'll cover your loss. He didn't do it. The second problem is he missed out. Not once, not twice, but 3 times, and he feels so stupid. And this is what I work on. It's like, come on, man. This is another chance. You can get in pretty much any time you want. So I will continue to try. We have a fair one-on-one veto. If he doesn't want it, then we just won't do it. But I think I'm getting closer. I'm cracking a little bit. I would love to see that, obviously. All my other podcasts, we don't even accept fiat. It's just go straight for value on Lightning. Anybody else? I'll get him on beef instead of yak balls. That's very baffling to me. Just say no to yak balls. Yes, sir.
So, right now, you talked about millions of podcasts that exist, and those that operate in a value-for-value model are a minority.
Oh, yeah.
Probably a small minority.
10,000.
10,000. Do you ever see, what's the path? I mean, you'd be the one to have a good idea about this, right? What's the path to more going value for value? Or in years from now, will it still just be like a way to discipline the market, if you will, and protect free speech? So in other words, it can always be an option, or will it become the option?
Well, so here's the beautiful thing about this model. In a way, it's like OnlyFans. If you can get 1,000 people, I'm being honest, if you can get 1,000 people to support you because you ask them and you have this feedback loop, if they can support you with $50 over a year, of course, it'll be an average because you're telling people it's open. Everybody I know says after 1 week, I already knew I was going to make more than I would make in advertising. We're going to do it for music too, by the way. We're going to do it for films. We're going to do it for documentaries. It'll be the exact same thing, the exact same distribution model. And we have, I think, maybe 30 people now doing value for value music. If you go to curiocaster.com, you can see an example of it. The people who put their stuff up there already said, oh, I get much more here than from Spotify. And you help build your community. And we're building into these apps all these different all these different ways, cross-app comments, etc. So to answer your question, and this is the hardest thing, I haven't figured out how to communicate properly yet. Number one, doesn't fucking matter anymore. It's always going to be Cardi B or someone else. It's always going to, that's the fiat world. That's fiat thinking. It's here, it's about proof of work. People listen, they get value out of it. So you need to build just a community of people who are interested. You don't need to be on a chart. You just need to get those people who care about what you're doing and send you value back. And what I'm seeing is, so here's a little no agenda kind of value for value cloud that overlaps a little bit with Tales from the Crypt, it overlaps with Rogan, and this is how it grows. People start to talk to other people, just the way you find out about other podcasts. People say, you know, you should really try this 2.0 thing. You should try newpodcastapps.com. You can look at all of them. And then some listeners will tell their podcasters, you need to go and do this because it's a new way to support you. It's a heavy lift. It's going to take a while before people catch on to it, but it really doesn't matter to me. If there's 10,000 podcasts now, that's easily 1 million people who are participating right now in value for value. There's probably about 3 million, no, about 80, let me see if I can do it right. I think it's like 8 million sats a day just flying around on a couple of these apps with these podcasts, and sometimes much more. So getting out of the fiat mindset of everybody has to do it is not important. I don't care if Apple does it. I don't care if Spotify, the fiat company by example, I don't care if they do it. I care about the people in my community of interest, community of geographic location, that they're supporting me. And that's the same with OnlyFans. You know, you can make $10 million a year if you have 1,000 OnlyFans and you take your pants off. I mean, that's the next step you have to do. But the point is, it works. It really works, and you don't have to be number one. We don't have to be the biggest. We don't have to be on the charts. It makes no difference. I'm not making millions with my podcast, but for 15 years, paid our rent, we have nice houses, we got a new car, our kids have been through school, we love what we do, we love what we do, and the people who work with us, the producers, love that we do it, and they love that they participate. So, please join me, the new international lifestyle. Thank you very much. In exchange for my bag.
I want you to stick around for a minute and talk to Marty.
Sure.
What's going on, sir?
Hello. You guys don't all have to run out. You do have a few minutes, but you don't want to miss the next thing. We have some up-and-coming guys coming up next. Stick around. I know you're all here for me. If you don't know me, my name is Gazala. This is my second year here, and I do want to talk a little bit about how I got here, why I'm standing up here. If you don't know this about me, I work at a little Bitcoin company called Riot Blockchain. We mine some Bitcoin out here in Texas, Bitcoin country. And a year ago, I was not working at a Bitcoin company. I was working in life sciences at a company that right before the last BitBlockBoom was paying employees to show proof of vaccination, $500. $1,000, $1,500. So I came to this conference thinking, I have to get the fuck out of here. Sorry, I don't know if I can say that. So I came to this conference, and by day 2, I was sitting and talking to people. I was like, what am I gonna do? I can't go back to this life. I can't go back to this company that is just sending people down the wrong path. And I approached somebody who I actually had no relationship with. If do any of you know Miss Hoddle, Justine? We had no connection other than a few tweets here and there. And I asked her, what do I do? How do I get into a Bitcoin company? I know nothing about coding, not a technical person. I live in spreadsheets. And she's like, you know what? Take it to Twitter. Be honest, be yourself. Put it out there. You know some people. The people who know you will support you. And it's probably 3 days later, I got back. I thought I'd give it a week or two to mull it over, but no, I went back to that job and I was like, I can't wait. I can't wait that long. So I put it on Twitter, and I had a ton of friends that I met here or at the previous events, at meetups, retweet me, tag people, and I'm like, you know, that's great, but what are they gonna do with like an Excel spreadsheet jockey? That same day, I actually had my dream company reach out to me. This was Riot. And I was like, do you need somebody like me? And what I quickly learned was they need pretty much people of every background. This company has, I think in a year, 250,000 man hours of work. That's not all people that are developers. It's not all people that are actually mining. It's people like me working on spreadsheets. People of all backgrounds. And that got me to this point. So if it wasn't for coming out and meeting people, some of you I've talked to on Twitter had no idea who you were. I see you. Some of you we just probably like shitpost together. But because of that, because of this, you know, people getting to know me and me getting to know people, there's so much support for this movement, this revolution. And I'm so grateful to Gary for putting this on and giving me the opportunity to get the hell out of that fiat mindset that I was in and work for a company that believes in Bitcoin, is led by Bitcoiners, and sees the future is in Bitcoin. That said, I'm going to hand this over. I don't know if you guys have heard of Rabbit Hole Recap. Marty Bent, Matt Odell, and some special guests. This is going to be recorded, live streamed, so I'm going to ask all of you to make sure your cell phones are turned off, and please make sure your lawnmowers are turned off as well. Ready?
What is up, Austin?
Oh, hello. What is going on? What is up, freaks? We've got a great tradition. We're continuing here. Adam, you're going to sit next to me because we're let's give it up for Gary, first off, as we always do. Incredible week. I don't know about you guys, but I'm exhausted. This is a one-day conference, but there's been a cottage industry of satellite events that have popped up, and it's now a whole week event.
We're getting old.
We are. We are. But yeah, this is what we do. We've been doing this for what, 4 or 5 years now, where we end.
This is year 4.
Yeah, this is year 4. We end the conference with a live show. We don't have a list. We have guests with us. We have the Podfather himself, Adam Curry, Ryan Gentry from Lightning Labs, and Grant Gilliam from 1031.
Ryan, did you join us last year?
Yeah, I think it was me and Udi that joined y'all last year.
Oh, you said that. Okay.
Yeah, we got.
It's been a long year.
We got some shit for bringing Udi on like 8 months later. People are like, yeah, you guys had this guy on stage, but
not canceled yet.
Not yet. Who's going to Udi on stage is the question moving forward. But
is it a verb?
Maybe now.
Did you just say Udi on? Who's going to Udi on stage?
Yeah.
I like it.
Matt, we're just going to continue our debate from Thursday that got pretty heated, and we've been debating it for 2 days since. How much energy will the Bitcoin mining industry take up? Is it closer to 0% or 50% in 20 years?
Of like
Yes.
Correct.
So do you remember Drew Bonsall has a theory about this that he gave a presentation about like 2-3 years ago that he calls the Nakamoto point, which I think is great. And it is like that specific number, like what is the steady state of the Earth's total generation of electricity that will be devoted to Bitcoin mining. And he thinks that, you know, it'll settle out around kind of like 1%.
So Drew's on my team. And you can't call people bearish just because they don't think it's going to
It's
be 50%.
not my fault you're bearish.
Well, so I think that there's, you know, in
Wait.
percentage, right, there's two relevant numbers. There is the numerator, the amount that the Bitcoin network consumes, and then there's the denominator, which is the total amount of generation. I want little mini nukes on, you know, every corner, and I want the bottom of the denominator.
Okay, so we're going to have a network that is the base of a global open financial system, and it's only going to use 1% of the world's energy.
Because the whole rest of it is going to be powering space factories. You know, we've got to ship all of this stuff up to where we can, you know, be manufacturing spaceships to send us to Mars. That's going to be energy intensive, you know?
Okay, so before we continue, I would like a show of hands. Raise your hand if you think Bitcoin energy usage in 20 years will be closer to 0% than 50%.
20 years. It's 20 years. Yeah,
20 years.
we gotta
Okay, so we got a room full of fucking bears. Raise your hand if you think it'll be closer to 50%. Okay, those are my people. Adam, what do you think?
Well, I'm kind of with Ryan because I've been following SMRs, you know, small medium reactors, for 10 years, and you know, it's just regulatory hassle. But there's no reason why we wouldn't have. I'm for backyard nukes. I mean, I'm already experimenting here down the road. So, I think there'll just be so much more supply. I mean, we're talking about limited, you know, resources, just slow resources. Nuclear could really change. I just think we'll have more power available in general.
You can't make enough ASICs to do all that, I don't think.
Well, I mean, in 20 years, ASICs are going to be commoditized. They'll be easy to get. They'll have long life cycles. I mean, we might see nuclear reactors that are only mining. Like, they'll just, in the middle of nowhere, just mining Bitcoin. And I would say that if you ask Marty his current energy mix, it's around 60% is devoted to Bitcoin mining. So he's a little bit of a hypocrite here.
This is true. This was where he stumped me and began to slowly convince me that
So
you may be right.
It's important, you know, that we get Grant on the record here. Grant, are you a bear or a bull?
I'm a bull. I'm at 26%.
26. Oh, round up.
That way I can be a bull.
Grant's a good mediator. He sits in between me and Marty and makes sure that he's always.
I think my energy mix towards mining is over 50% in some backup. So
But not everybody's going to be a miner. Or is that going to be the case?
Do you think energy waste goes down with hyper-Bitcoinization?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, what's people's current energy mix? People's current energy mix is what? ACs, heat,
Cars,
TVs, I guess, to a degree.
I mean, if you go buy food, you're paying for that energy. That's hidden in the front end of that supply chain.
So you don't think a bigger portion of that will be Bitcoin? Marty's on the record, by the way, saying under 5%. Currently, the energy mix is like 0.1, 0.2%.
Yeah.
So as part of your part of this is you think like individuals are going to be running ASICs like in their homes. It's going to be part of.
I think my dad told me to turn off the lights for 15 years, and I never turned off the lights until I discovered Bitcoin mining.
Because like, so to your point about nuclear reactors that are out in the wild somewhere that are just devoted to Bitcoin, like the dream that I've had for a long time is, you know, you go to places, you know, a lot of the world still is not electrified at all, right? Doesn't have electrical power generation. And you could totally see, but there's, you know, rivers that haven't been dammed yet. There's, you know, space where you could deploy a nuclear reactor, and especially these smaller modular ones, you know, like if you have something that's just a shipping container that can guarantee you 10 megawatts of generation for 10 years, right? You could just slam one of those down in the middle of the Congo and start mining on it, right? And then eventually, the local people, right, once they develop enough demand for it, they kind of price out the ASICs, and now they have an electrified little area where they have, you know, modern amenities. That's kind of, I think, like the dream of deploying these things in, creating stranded energy that then the local people start, utilizing and buying, and I think that just makes the generation just explode of total energy generation that we have worldwide.
No, I mean, I agree. I just think they'll use about 49% of it.
You think, man,
Yeah,
that just seems so high, because again, you got to think about all the energy that is devoted just to like manufacturing, to power plants, to like all of that serious stuff.
Well, we can group in like manufacturing ASICs into that too, just to bump my number up a little bit.
I'll have to go back and watch Drew's presentation, because I don't remember how he ended up at 1%, but I remember there was some math behind it, and it seemed impressive.
It's funny. This conversation is going to turn into a headline. Bitcoiners want to use 50% of all the world's energy.
Wait, see, Marty really cares about the ESG narrative, so he's trying to protect it a little bit. But I'm willing to own Bitcoin's energy usage, and we're going to eat the world.
Yeah, but speaking of the small modular reactors in that space, we actually got a good Bitcoin ally who joined the team of Oklo, which is working on these SMRs. Brian Gitt, who's been doing some really good education around energy usage and its importance, and I can confidently say that he's a Bitcoiner as well. And so getting them through the red tape is probably his first goal, and then beyond that, there's some really interesting things you can do, like Ryan just described, and that was also, I believe, the main thesis of Ross Stevens when he wrote his initial shareholder letter about why he's getting into Bitcoin, is you can create these generation assets out in these disparate places, mine Bitcoin to create a revenue stream immediately, and then as the population prices out the miners, you just unplug and move somewhere else.
Yep.
I have been experimenting a little bit at home out in Fredericksburg. I was given 2 S9s by Nick, which was really fun, like plug them in, it heats up the whole garage. I get 100,000 sats a week maybe. But we lose our power often in hill country, so I have a whole house generator, runs on propane, it's like liquid gold these days. But I discovered something called gasification, which goes back to really the Great Depression. Gasifiers, people were driving their cars and trucks on wood. And so now guys are out in the hill country building these gasifiers where you literally just put wood, you can put, pine cones, you can put anything, you can put dead animals in there. It'll burn, and it will actually run any generator. I mean, I can see a time where we're using alternative fuels decentralized like that just for our mining. And we got a lot of wood out there. It can go for a long time. So there's all kinds of, I'm with you, but really because I just see more and more energy becoming available. Really a lot more.
Yeah, a ton more. And we do have trees, but we're cutting them down and sending them over to Europe so that they can LARP about ESG.
F in the chat. F in the chat for Europe. Brutal.
Well, I think it's
burning trees, we call it biomass energy. It's renewable.
Yes, it's renewable, even though the wood creates more CO2 than coal. So we live in a cloud world. We all know that. We're not.
That's for my fucking kids to do.
Can we continue the controversial questions?
I was
narrative.
Yeah, if you want to, let's go.
Show of hands, who thinks that Bitcoin will never raise the 21 million supply cap? Who thinks that we will add inflation to Bitcoin at some point in the future?
Don't be shy.
Kick him out. Kick him out. Does anyone on stage agree with him?
Well, so I was actually gonna ask the question before you posed it, which is 50 years, the Bitcoin network is taking up 50% of the Earth's electrical generation. Is that because we just have a crazy robust fee market? Or is it because Peter Todd has his way and we've added tail emission?
It's because we have a crazy robust fee market.
All right, let's rock and roll. How do we get a crazy robust fee market?
Just wait for it.
Yeah.
Like more people use Bitcoin every day.
Yeah, I mean,
number go up.
I think, and the people, particularly Adam and Ryan, Adam with Podcasting 2.0 and Ryan pushing a lot of these initiatives via Lightning Labs, like the utility is there. I mean, we'll get value for this podcast streamed to us directly in sats. Mm-hmm. I think the whole fee market debate, I've been public about this, and people have hopped in my DMs like, no, this is serious, you should take it. I think it's just mental masturbation. You cannot try to project future Bitcoin activity based off of historical activity to date, because it's just going to be a completely different world, because adoption is going to be orders of magnitude higher than it is now. And then on top of that, my favorite theory that Pierre Rochard incepted into my brain years ago is that you can apply Jevons paradox to UTXO, which Jevons paradox typically refers to like oil and gas. It's a paradox because as you become more efficient with something, with a molecule, a hydrocarbon, you think you'll use less because you need less to do more work. But what you find is that creates inherent utility, which drives demand further, and you use it more. And so I think that same concept can be applied to a UTXO, things like Taproot, being able to use it to put it in a hash time lock contract to open up a Lightning channel. And there are a number of different utilities that will be built on top of the UTXO set.
And you know, if you'll allow me to shill, of course, the newest one of those is the new Taro protocol, right?
Very controversial.
Very controversial, but
let's steal Mantaro.
Let's steal Mantaro. Specifically, what Taro does that lines up with this conversation is it allows for more utility per UTXO, right? The way I like to describe it is what Taro will allow is if you hold a UTXO right now, it's just Bitcoin, right? And in the future, soon, actually sooner than y'all expect, you'll be able to, you know, mint an asset where your UTXO will all of a sudden be filled up with little mini UTXOs, right? That's what these Taro assets will be and how they'll behave on the network. So you could hold, you know, a stable coin, you could hold Atom Bucks, whatever you want. And none of this, of course, competes with Bitcoin. It all specifically adds utility to each Bitcoin UTXO.
Ryan, why, if I'm going to use shitcoins, why don't I just use them on shitcoins?
Because then you have Justin Sun as a dependency for your assets, whereas on the Bitcoin network, you just have the Bitcoin network.
I mean, jokes aside, first of all, I think all of these assets do compete with Bitcoin, and they will lose. But in all seriousness, when I look at Lightning, I look at Lightning as a set of trade-offs, and we chose those trade-offs to maintain censorship resistance and be able to use Bitcoin natively. If I'm going to use a centralized stablecoin already, wouldn't it go to reason that the UX and the cost would be, the UX would be better, the cost would be cheaper if I used a centralized chain to work with them rather than adopt the trade-offs that Lightning presents, you know, channel management, liquidity, all the above?
I think what we're finding is that actually the stablecoin experience on these other blockchains, because we know the blockchains don't scale, the second they get popular, the experience degrades, right? It gets expensive, and there is no payments network because none of these other networks are designed to be payments networks that are as fast or as cheap as the Lightning network, right? And the specific reason, you know, why Taro is such a big focus for us in stablecoins is like last year was this amazing year of emerging markets adoption for Lightning, right? We got Bitnob in Nigeria, BIPA in Brazil, Neutron Pay in Vietnam. You know, there's all of these Lightning entrepreneurs globally that had this amazing year, you know, thanks to, I think, spurred on by Jack Mallers, who we heard this morning in El Salvador, right? That just caused this huge wave of adoption. And so we kept talking to all of these entrepreneurs, you know, helping them out with their infrastructure. And by the end of the year, they were like, okay, we got all the Bitcoiners, right? We've acquired all the Bitcoiners in our geo that we can, and we're continuing to push education, blah, 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 blah. But like the next tier of user, they love the experience, they love the promise of censorship-resistant financial services. They want stablecoins, like they want the dollar, right? They can't handle, whether they can't handle the volatility of Bitcoin, the asset, they don't have enough savings to deal with it for whatever reason, right? It's like they want the dollar, and so for these startups, these Lightning startups, to continue growing, continue acquiring new users, and continuing to help their users understand why Bitcoin as a savings technology is, you know, the best savings technology out there. They kind of need these stable coins as a Trojan horse. And so for these entrepreneurs, they don't want to run Tron nodes, all right? Like they don't want to run Ethereum nodes. They just want to run Bitcoin services, Bitcoin architecture, with just a little stablecoin flavor on top.
Can I ask a question about
Shoot.
Taro? Because I'm trying to understand it. So from what I understand, would it be, let me ask, because there's kind of a difference between a shit coin and stable coin, but you said something you can mint a token. So is it true then I could have one, just like a Lightning channel, so that, you know, I create a channel with someone else, except instead of Satoshis in there, I put beef bits. I'm just going to call it something. And it's just in that channel. Maybe we have 10 other people in a channel. It's not outside of that. So we can trade our beef bits back and forth, whatever we want to do with that, but we settle on chain ultimately. Is that how it's supposed to work? So I can come up with anything, or does it have to be some coin, an asset that exists outside of this ecosystem?
Any arbitrary thing, I think you would find it really hard to find a counterparty that wants to trade beef bits with you. Right.
Careful
I
now.
mean, maybe.
Careful now.
But it's arbitrary. Like, this is the thing about Taro that I'm most excited about beyond the specific application. Is this brings the spirit of permissionless innovation back to Bitcoin.
To be clear here, Adam, you don't have like a dedicated channel for your shitcoins. The cool part about Taro is that it uses the existing liquidity. So it's only on the endpoints. So the receiver and the sender need to recognize it, but you use the existing Lightning liquidity. And the main argument for it benefiting Bitcoin is if we bring stablecoins to Lightning, then all of a sudden routing fees on Lightning are way more profitable because they're routing all the shitcoins as well, rather than just Bitcoin, but it's the same shared liquidity. It's not a specific channel.
And as a routing node, thank you for that explanation. And as a routing node, you can stay Bitcoin only, right? You can stay totally Bitcoin only and not be connected to any of these Taro assets. You'll just all of a sudden see volume numbers start to go up. And the way I think...
Is there an argument that it actually drives more Lightning channel activity,
100%.
which pumps the base layer fees?
100%. I mean, I think it's Javon's paradox, right? Like, it just makes, like, the TAM right now, the total addressable market for just Bitcoin payments is, like, not that big, right? Like, I think Arcane Research projected that last year, the total Lightning Network did like $200 to $250 million of volume, which is, like, pretty good. Until you look at like the big card networks, Visa and MasterCard in 2021 did $20 trillion of volume, right? And that's across 150 currency pairs and stuff like that. So I just think that there is one strategy that is we stay Bitcoin only and we wait and we educate people on why they should just adopt Bitcoin and just spend that, and that is a perfectly fine strategy. But a different strategy is that we meet people kind of where they are, and we go kind of vampire attack the fiat systems and bring the capabilities that people want to use already and that they're comfortable with to Bitcoin in a Bitcoin-friendly way, in an incentive-compatible way, and juice all the volume on our networks by making them multi-asset networks.
But Ryan, to bring it back, I mean, you said these businesses don't want to run a Tron node. No one runs Tron nodes. There's like 3 Tron nodes. Like, the business doesn't have to run a Tron node because they don't care about censorship resistance because they're using a centralized stablecoin already. So if the argument is that like it's going to boost fees on Lightning Network, it's going to boost fees on chain, well, if the fees go up, people will just choose stablecoins on whatever the newest shitcoin is that is more centralized and cheaper. Like, if we already saw this happen with Strike. Strike was using Ethereum Tether, and the fees went up, so they switched to Tron Tether. And the Strike user has no idea which chain they're using. No one's running Tron nodes. It doesn't matter because you're trusting Tether anyway.
But so as you know, though, that the architecture of the Lightning Network is different from these blockchains, right? If fees will not start going up on the Lightning Network, because if somebody starts charging fees that are out of line with the rest of the market, it is permissionless for somebody to open up a channel and compete with them and undercut them on fees, right? Lightning scales horizontally with more capital being added, right? And so that is why architecturally it will, as volume increases, routing fees increase for individual nodes, people start realizing there's a money-making opportunity here, and we saw this happen last year. They spin up a node and they start getting in on the action, and the network becomes more scalable, more robust, more decentralized over time.
I'm bullish.
You're bullish?
Yeah.
Not on Bitcoin, only on Taro.
Yeah. No, I think it adds utility. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to use it. So.
And of course, and this was, the team went through great pains, specifically to design this to where you can run your full node, accept your Bitcoins, be Bitcoin only, have no idea that Taro exists, and be completely self-sovereign, and be, it doesn't impact you at all, right? It is an overlay network, just like how the Lightning Network is an overlay network. There's no op return usage. It is specifically an opt-in thing that we think will help bring, more users to the network, and especially help,
be a Trojan horse for Bitcoin infrastructure, right? Getting Lightning nodes and Bitcoin nodes in, more places run by more businesses with more users, who will, eventually come to realize that they should have just been holding Bitcoin the whole time.
I mean, I definitely agree with that. Do you think? I mean, I understand the appeal of stablecoins or so-called stablecoins. Sats are the real stablecoins.
It's undeniable that there's extreme demand.
Yeah, I understand the demand in the short term. Okay. Do you think that the number one way people will transfer these so-called stablecoins before they get completely obsoleted will ever be Lightning? Or do you think it's just a small portion, but that still helps Bitcoin liquidity and still helps Bitcoin infrastructure, still helps Bitcoin adoption? Like, is this a tiny portion of stablecoin usage, or is this the dominant way that people use fiat-backed
It's a really good
assets?
question. If I can, be a little elusive with my answer, I would say I don't think that payments are a dominant use case for stablecoins right now today at all, right? I think the dominant use case for stablecoins right now is for leverage and trading, and there's not a lot of activity on the Lightning Network, because you can't have leverage on Lightning. There's none of that, and there's not a lot of trading activity on the Lightning Network. I feel very confident in saying that the vast majority of stablecoin usage for payments will be on Lightning, absolutely, 100%. Will we get the leverage and the speculation? Like, maybe not, right? Like, just because Lightning isn't really built for that. But for the actual utility of using it for payments, for buying goods, for doing remittances, for all of the things that Lightning is good for today, I definitely think that it'll happen here, because Lightning is just better architecturally. It's designed specifically for this use case. And so it scales way better. It has all the bells and whistles. It has a bunch of companies focused specifically on payments and remittances, who, many of whom are here today. So yeah, I think we're definitely going to win the payments use case for sure.
I will give you one thing. I'm always grateful to have you on stage with us, but Lightning Labs should be grateful to have you, because we were on stage for 10 minutes before you started shilling taro. So that was pretty impressive.
It was about utility of UTXOs.
I didn't bring up taro. He brought up taro.
Oh, I thought you did.
We were talking about tail emission, and somehow taro got brought up. I don't even know how we got on this tangent.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Yeah, I think considering everything that's going on this year, and since we have Grant on stage, I'm really curious. Obviously, 1031, we're a Bitcoin-only dedicated VC. We've seen a lot of calamity in the shitcoin markets. Terra Luna, 3 Arrows getting reckless out there, and even some lenders in the Bitcoin space getting into some precarious situations. Do you think this year has been a signal to markets like, hey, maybe we're not crazy for focusing on Bitcoin and Bitcoin only?
Yeah, I do. I mean, there hasn't been too much, impact within pure Bitcoin, but so in some sense it is a validation, but I think that most people still don't recognize that. I think within this community, we all are saying, well, yes, it's obvious that the strategy that we're taking makes sense, but I think outside of people who are focused on Bitcoin, I think they just, they aren't yet realizing that. So I think that still continues to be the edge that we have for people who are focused in this space.
I'm a nose breather, sorry.
Cranking you from behind. That's right. Sorry, did we cut you? Mike, you just completely killed the flow.
A huge shout out to Mike, who's been working behind the scenes for 5 years now. Also a ride or die freak. He asked us what we should put on screen, and he said, he told Marty specifically he's not allowed to put porn on screen.
Would never do that.
And huge shout out to Gazala with the lawnmower reference. That was pretty great.
Yeah, we were prepping Gazala earlier today.
Marty mowed his neighbor's lawn last week for RHR because he was mowing it during RHR, so he just got up in the middle of the stream, walked over and was like, I will mow your lawn for you, please stop, and then got back on the stream, and then had to mow it after we finished.
Mowing lawns is therapeutic, so I wasn't even that mad about it. I was just like, hey, we're recording.
I mean, you sent an angry tweet out. What was it, like you had to use an electric mower?
Yeah, it was, he cucked me twice. First during the show,
And then he made me use an electric mower, which is pretty poetic considering my stance on ESG. While we have Adam on stage, this is a big debate we have, Matt and I, on this show, time and time again. Are the people that are like pulling the strings incompetent, or are they nefarious, in your opinion?
They're over-socialized and undereducated, as always. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah. So you're on the incompetence team.
Of course.
Okay.
No, it's, we talked about it before. To really understand Bitcoin, it just takes a little bit, and then once you get it, it's just like, oh, and then it really is true. Bitcoin changes you. It's so true. I gave the example in Miami that fuck you money back in the 80s was, it's like, look, I got a gold Rolex, fuck you money. Now it's like, I can send my money to you and no one can fuck with it. That's fuck you money. This is a big deal. It's a really big deal. So that's where I'm at. It just takes a while for people to, and, dude, there's so many things, there's so much cognitive dissonance that people just don't see, things that are clear as day. I mean, I could do a million examples, but, now that the guard is changing and all the, Birx and Fauci and everyone's ejecting, and the CDC is clearly going to be the fall guy for, oh yeah, we didn't communicate it right, and now it's just like, okay, now just, vaccinate, unvaccinate just doesn't make a difference. But look at how people still are telling us we need another booster. Well, it doesn't work. We need it's like, these are just situations that we get into. It is a form of mass formation. It's a weird hypnosis. Turn off your television would be my first advice in general. Just turn it off. And social media, because they're fucking with you. They're fucking with you. They're fucking with you.
No, in terms of Bitcoin adoption too, I would actually be curious to get your thoughts, having been around the block, the tech boom and podcasting in general. Are there any parallels you're noticing in the adoption rate of Bitcoin in its stage?
Well, it's been here for 13 years. That's crazy. I mean, what technology has not really changed in 13 years? They were building stuff onto it, but really that's just solid and just working that way, and that no one's in charge of it. This is the biggest problem, and this is why it's being fought so hard, because it's so obvious that it's a danger. It's the same thing as RSS, which I think is why I have such an affinity for it. Some of you may be old enough to remember Google Reader. This is before, so back in the day it was weblogs. And just like podcasts today, weblogs in the day, I'm going to start a weblog, I'm going to have advertising, I'm going to make lots of money publishing. And so it was really only Andrew Sullivan who made any money, so it took a while for people to understand that. But there was a great ecosystem, and it was RSS feeds from these blogs. And to this day, almost every publication has an RSS feed, literally just for syndicating under the hood to partners. It's a part of the system, just like Bitcoin and even Lightning is part of the system. So they try to kill it. I mean, literally, Google killed off Google Reader so they could start, what the fuck was that thing called? What? Yeah, it was Google Plus, exactly, with your circles. There was some other dumb thing they come up. It's all to kill that. Twitter was originally, and Twitter was a podcast company before they pivoted, and they literally were using RSS feeds for everybody's feed, which is why it all failed, of course, because they tried to centralize RSS. That's exactly the opposite of what it's for. But 20 years later, so it's, the older sister of Bitcoin is still here, still thriving, not being able to be broken. But it's not something that is at front of mind for people, so we've got these applications. So when someone boosts a podcast, they're not even thinking about it's amazing any of this shit works, man. I can't believe it. So you're getting a podcast and then you're shooting sats into the fucking, you're spraying sats everywhere and it arrives in places. And no one can stop it. It's highly irritating to authority, obviously. Highly irritating.
Stay humble, spray sats.
Now we're talking. I love it.
Yeah, no, they are going to attack Bitcoin. That's been another big theme of the week is like the narrative on how they're going to try to attack Bitcoin, how we could steel man against that. Obviously, energy is one of their main attack vectors. They come at the energy usage and the energy mix, which is weird that they're trying to signal out Bitcoin and moralize energy usage. And privacy, obviously, Bank Secrecy Act and all the hell that's wrought over the last 50 years is making it hard for people to transact privately. Obviously, Tornado Cash just got sanctioned. And so I guess just throw this out to everybody up here, like what do you think we can do to front run these narratives and harden the narrative front before the attacks get really serious?
I think like number one is something that you say a lot is don't accept the frame, right? Don't accept the frame where they say, oh, Bitcoin uses too much energy, right? Just reject it entirely and say, no, no, no. For human civilization to flourish, we need to be generating tons and tons and tons of energy, right? Global GDP is directly correlated with energy generation. We need to be producing tons of energy, and actually Bitcoin is an incentive mechanism to make sure that we are producing, clean and cheap energy. And so rejecting the frame outright and remembering that actually Bitcoin is good for the world, both as a network and an asset, and it deserves to be protected, and anybody that is saying that that's not true is either, like you were saying, miseducated or nefarious, over-socialized, undereducated, right? And so I think that's the most important thing, is that we're actually right, and we are winning, and to not be, dissuaded by authorities that want to distract us for their own nefarious ends.
I think we are seeing some politicians that are rejecting the frame too, because you're seeing
100%.
some of them come out, I don't remember which ones, but saying, privacy is actually a good thing. And I think the more that we normalize that, especially on the privacy side, it can only help. I think we're big believers in privacy. We've invested in some privacy-oriented businesses. And I personally think right now it's sort of this fringe community that really cares about it. But I think over time, it's going to be more on the business side and institutions who realize, I'm not a public company. I'm not used to having my books and records out and available for anyone to do chain analysis and figure out, how much Bitcoin do I have and where am I sending it? What am I doing with it? And I think that's going to be a longer-term theme on the business side and institution that, they'll be more focused on privacy. So I think the more we try to normalize that, the better it will be.
And I think to build on that, with privacy is a great example. Like, I continually see these themes with Bitcoin and Bitcoin-related topics where, Bitcoiners are right about something, and I think energy generation is a perfect example. We're right about something, there's naysaying, but then some event happens that just opens everybody's eyes. We're like, oh, maybe these people are right all the time, right? And I think the energy crisis in Europe right now is like the perfect example where Europe has been shutting down nuclear plants. They'd kind of like, not built any sort of energy sovereignty themselves, made themselves dependent on Russia, which is something that, energy sovereignties have been a big deal.
Ryan, they're doing this to kill people. You realize that. This is nothing to do with energy.
Wait,
they're
now you're nefarious.
eugenicists. They want less people. They want you dead. They want you dead.
It's not incompetence. I agree. They want to kill you. Okay.
They do. They do. And I think we should actually advocate for the opposite. Let us use as much dirty-ass energy as possible to kill ourselves. Just let us use it for Bitcoin. I'm telling you, they don't give a shit about that. It's lies. They just want less people. My daughter lives in Europe. She can't afford gas, can't afford electricity right now. The food is outrageous. And it's all there. The North Sea is a gas field.
Yeah.
They got cows in the Netherlands. Oh, they're trying to get rid of them. So I'm just saying,
I understand.
That's the frame I'm rejecting. Is that
agreed?
It's a whole different frame.
I totally agree with you 100%. And I think the thing that's been interesting to me in the last couple of months watching it has been watching public opinion just like totally shift in favor of nuclear energy in places like Germany, where they're like, oh yeah, holy shit, we've been lied to for the last 20 years, and you guys are totally, obviously, catastrophically wrong. I think the same thing will hold true for things like privacy, where, yeah, not many people care right now, but we know that we're right. And like eventually there will be something that wakes everybody up to be like, oh my God, okay, we've been lied to for 20 years. Like, oh, good thing there's all these tools from these committed community members, these Bitcoiners that are ready to use and available for us.
And so I think that's the thing. Reject the frame, stay the course, and know that there are people that are lying to you.
Well, that just killed it.
Sorry.
We have.
No, I was going to say, going back to privacy, though, like, there will be an event that sort of makes it obvious, like, oh, we need to focus on this. Like,
what's that event going to look like?
I don't know, but like just to
Would it like maybe like a trucker protest?
just
or
to throw an
something like
argument, to throw an argument back. Like we
I-
saw
no
the
one
trucker
remembers the
protest.
trucker protest.
It opened up some minds, but we see like Equifax, Facebook, all these
Or like
all these hacks.
like an open source dev, getting hit with sanctions and getting arrested or something to that effect. Maybe it would look like that.
Yeah,
that was a big
so
one.
that's the point.
Yep.
Are people actually noticing?
I think as people get burned, they will learn, but it's going to be a slow fucking slog. And I'm pretty bullish on all this energy production talk, but I still can't believe you guys think it'll only be 1% of global energy usage. We have about. Wow, did he just rug pull us on the clock?
It just rugged.
Did you just rug pull us on the
It's
clock?
rugged 10 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna. This has been fantastic, but I really love for these live things to have Q&A, and he just rug pulled us on the clock, so we have 12 minutes left, so we're gonna jump into Q&A. But before we do, I just want to thank everyone who's been involved in our Defending BTC campaign for HODLNOT. This was an initiative that was spurred over the course of less than 2 months. A lot of the work happened in the last 4 weeks. We went public a week and a half ago, and we've raised 65 Bitcoin for the cause. That's over $1 million, like $1.3 million, including 5 Bitcoin that was raised at the dinner last night, at BitBlockBoom dinner. So that's all you guys. That was no one from the internet.
I got a tie and a hot date out of it.
Marty paid $1,200 for a tie he's never gonna wear just for the cause.
600. It was 6.5 million cents. Oh, that's
$1,200.
holy shit. I'm going on $10,000 there.
I love that. People suck at Sats math. You do the auctions and Sats, and then they have massive regret the next day. They're like, "Oh my God, what did I just spend?"
I did have I had the cognitive ability at that time to spend and replace. I replaced.
Well, anyway, we appreciate we appreciate your sacrifice. It's for a good cause.
It's not a sacrifice. It's for a very good cause.
So should we do Q&A?
Yes, sir. Let's
do it. Anyone got any questions for us? It's a special moment.
In the back there. Mr. Kaysen.
Yeah, do you have one?
Oh, no, we're just going to have to scream. We'll repeat it. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, I think it starts with messaging, right? Like trying to wake people up. As we've been discussing, many people tend not to do that unless they've been burned personally. First thing you can do is flee to red states that respect civil liberties and private property rights. That's part of the reason I'm in Texas. I would imagine part of the reason you're in Tennessee. You've moved to Texas as well, Adam. Grant is still trying to escape the hellscape of New York City, but yeah.
Not easy.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been partial towards, that's why we have the podcast, that's why we do the newsletter, that's why I focus on Bitcoin, is just get the message out there and educate people. And I do think what Adam started with podcasting and the flourishing of alternative media since that content medium has been released is having a material effect on people being aware of these issues. But yeah,
so
they are going to come after us.
So Marty said messaging. They're already coming after us. The fact that we say no KYC Bitcoin instead of just Bitcoin and surveilled Bitcoin is proof that their attack has worked. They have normalized KYC completely. Most newcomers into Bitcoin are completely bagged and tagged on entry, and that information will be used against you. So use that as you will. I will say that everything starts with education, and then it starts with good tooling. We need basically a combination of good education and good tools, and then when people realize the need, they will seek them out.
That's why, again, I'm pumping podcasting 2.0, but I think it's an incredible gift to the Bitcoin stack because it allows anybody, just for listening to a podcast, to get onboarded onto Bitcoin with limited to no KYC?
I like the question. I think they're much more sophisticated. I don't think the throwing in jail necessarily will happen. I think they're much more sophisticated, just debasing our lives and killing us, or keeping us good enough to operate a data glove in the metaverse, whatever. It's clear that they can arrest us, they can kill us, but Bitcoin, that's still going to be here. Maybe it's worth dying for. I don't know. We'll have to see, but that we possibly might come to that conclusion. I don't think it's going to be that bad. That's why I agree. Use cases, there's little use cases, Beef Initiative, Podcasting 2.0, lots of LN URL type of functionality, tipping, QR codes, LN URL pay. I mean, there's lots of ways you can use it. I know hodling is a big thing, and I'm a hodler too, but I do have just an active wallet that I replace. I send something out, I put it back in. I find that really satisfying. I understand the privacy issues. There's things we can do, things we can't do. But again, I think it's worth it. I think it's really worth the fight. So I'm not, bring it on, I guess.
Wait, you're breaking the restraining order. You got to go to the back. No, I'm messing with you.
He almost did it.
So the question is, things are getting pretty bad in Europe with the energy situation. And how exactly did you phrase it at the end? Oh, do you think people are going to revolt and people are going to stand up? No. People are fucking docile, man. The only people out there are the farmers. And look, I know the Dutch really well. I grew up there. And the Dutch are very social people, and they love saying, yeah, okay, we're going to support the farmers. But after like day 3, they're like, no, dude, like I need to be able to use the highway. So they don't, it's not, what I think is going to happen is when Germans have to start burning wood again because they can't afford the gas, which has already been projected by the German government, I think eventually people will say, okay, we've had enough, but they have to experience it. This whole generation has not experienced anything but, low interest, free fiat money flowing everywhere. It's over, it's over, it's over. You guys got in right under the wire. Congratulations. It's over. It's just over. So we'll see. But is there also, by the way, the Netherlands, when the Germans invaded in World War II, they capitulated within 16 hours and said, here's my bike. I mean, and that was most of Europe where it kind of went that way. So no, I don't see enough resistance coming at all. So we all have to go through some really, really hard times before we start to understand it. And in a weird way, I hope it does happen. Because, I went through the 70s when inflation was, and I was actually in the Netherlands in 72 when we had Carless Sunday. I mean, as a kid, you're like, wow, this is fucking cool. We were driving our bikes on the highway, but it was disruptive. And the inflation was insane, and all you saw your parents was looking like that. So, they learned some things. We got to learn some things, but no, I don't see revolution coming. Not here, not anywhere in the world. Everyone's pretty docile. We're all pretty happy with our mindless algoized entertainment. So time for some pain, probably.
Yeah, I mean,
get your beef.
It's late August,
Beefinitiative.com.
still the summer, and German power prices just went over $1,000 a megawatt hour. There's going to be a lot of pain this winter.
Now, can you mine profitably?
No.
It's a hard no.
I had to think about that for I was like, oh, no. Any more questions?
I think we have time for one more question.
In the back? I don't think we can.
Wait, repeat the question. So the question is, it appears we're entering the then they fight us stage. What are people going to do when developers that are working on Bitcoin privacy tools start getting targeted, arrested? Will people stand up? Will people fight? Or will they comply and sit in obedience?
I don't think we can answer that question. I think everybody in this room has to answer it for themselves. What are you going to do individually? Yeah, I know me personally. I'm going to disobey as much as I can. Vote. Chad, voting doesn't work.
I think
you vote with your action. You just run a node. You just keep using Lightning, keep coin joining. But yeah, I mean, I can't answer that question. Each individual has to answer that for themselves. Do you have the balls to actually do it?
I think most people are just going to comply and be obedient, at least in the beginning. We just watched over the last 2 years small businesses around the world get absolutely destroyed. These are the most favorable businesses in the country. Like, people love their small businesses, and they just sat by while their whole livelihood got absolutely destroyed. So if you think that people are going to stand up for Bitcoin, that people are going to stand up for freedom money, the majority of people will not. The cool part about Bitcoin, though, is Bitcoin is extremely robust. It's extremely secure. It's extremely state resistant at the protocol level, at the network level. The vulnerability is at the individual level. So there will be some people that stand up. There will be some people that push back. There'll be some people that just say, fuck you, and just continue as they be. And those people will be in it for themselves and in it for the people that are with them. But ultimately, I think more and more people will join that cause. There'll be pain, there'll be suffering in the middle. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we'll be in a better world where roughly 51% of energy will be used for Bitcoin mining.
All right. We are out of time, but before we officially leave the stage, I'd just like to get a comment from everybody here.
Final
about
thoughts.
Whatever you're thinking about.
I'll just say, much love and support for HODLNOT. I hope anyone who hasn't contributed to him, spray some sats his way.
DefendingBTC.com, that fundraiser is still running. All support helps.
We got to plug another URL. Adam, you'll get a kick out of this.
Buginitiative.com.
Yes.
If you're pro insect, consider it.
Buginitiative.com. Great site.
Final thought, it's just always amazing and inspiring to be in rooms full of Bitcoiners. I think, I have a particularly fondness for, seeing companies like Voltage, companies like Mash, companies like the Bitcoin Company that, 2 years ago were, a guy or girl with an idea that are now, selling merch, got full teams. It's amazing to see the growth of the startup ecosystem. And, I hope that all of you here continue to support your Bitcoin companies as they build products to bring more users onto the network.
I appreciate you guys asking me to join. That wasn't planned. I very much appreciate it. Good seeing you again, Ryan. Nice meeting you. As an older guy, thank you very much for allowing me to just be in the space and exist like everybody else. It's fantastic. And thank you, Gary. I love this conference you're putting on, man. Great job, Gary Leland.
Thank you, Gary.
I appreciate you, Gary. You throw a very special event. It's an honor to be here every year. And a huge shout out to your lovely wife, Kathy, she's just a special woman. So huge shout out to her. Thank you all.
Peace and love.
Okay, we're getting ready to wrap this up. I got a few notes I just want to go over real quick. First of all, thank you to everybody. Thank you to Adam, speaking yesterday in Dallas and driving here today, this morning, to speak again. I appreciate that very much, Adam. And I do want to thank all of y'all for attending number one. I know the QR codes were kind of wanky on the little postcards, so they are on the walls outside. If anyone had a hard time logging in on the QR codes to pre-buy, they're outside on the wall. You can scan them there. Number two, casino night starts at 8 o'clock. You must be present to win, and that is really a lot of fun. You will enjoy yourself there. We also have a Bitcoin brunch tomorrow. That's sold out on the website. If anyone wants to go, just go. You can buy tickets at the door. We have Michael Shapiro. Everybody saw people hanging last night? Have we got that picture up here of Michael Shapiro hanging? Let's get that on the board here. I think this is pretty good. There you go. This guy had the record last night, 10 seconds away from hitting the 2-minute mark. So we're giving him the 100,000 sats. I do want to ask everybody to do me 2 favors as you leave. We got to turn this room over in less than 3 hours, like 2 hours and 45 minutes from now. This will be a full casino. And if I was to blindfold you, you came in here, you'd think you were in Vegas at an old strip place there, okay? So I ask you 2 favors. Number 1, when you do leave, please, if you could just take 1 bottle, 1 piece of trash with you. I'm not asking you for a lot. This is a value for value thing Adam's talking about here. Here's a working example, no money, just value for value. Number 2, we have to stack these chairs. If everybody could take 1 chair, stack it on top of another one, and make a set of 2. If you're really feeling like we were a lot of value today, make a stack 8 tall. That's as tall as they can be. But do anywhere from 2 to 8. I would love you for it. And 2 is plenty. But if you want to do 8, that's even better. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 8 o'clock.